Chapter 7:15. Senior Jiu Li, please wait. The guard hastily stopped Jiu Li, who was fuming with rage. By this time, Han Shuo and Stice had entered the room and the door was shut. Get that youngster to come out. I must have a word with him. He doesn't know how to respect his seniors at all. I must teach him a good lesson. Jiu Li was famous among the pharmacists in Mirage City for having a bad temper. However, due to her superb skills in medicine refinement, most of the family clans in Mirage City had been able to tolerate her temper. This was the first time she had been so mercilessly despised by someone. My apologies, Mr. Brian is currently talking to our master. If you have any questions, please wait for him to come out, the divine guard explained in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. All right, I will wait here. I don't believe that youngster won't come out. Jiu Li's stubborn temper flared up. She paid no attention to the conference going on in the banquet hall. She stood motionless in front of the door and waited with a face full of anger. The divine guard did not pay much attention to her after seeing that she had stopped causing trouble. He stood face to face with Jiu Li and looked at her smilingly without saying a word. Some of the pharmacists in the banquet hall were secretly delighted to see Jiu Li being humiliated. There were also some who were extremely annoyed by Han Shuo's attitude. They thought that Han Shuo did not know how to respect his seniors at all. At this moment, those pharmacists stopped talking about medicine and started gossiping about Han Shuo in low voices. It was a reception hall about 30 square meters in size. It was much smaller than the banquet hall outside, but the decorations were much more gorgeous. There were many rare medicines in some glassware, indicating that the owner was a pharmacist. After Stice led Han Shuo into the hall, he personally poured a cup of fine wine for Han Shuo and chatted with Han Shuo about some interesting happenings in the City of Shadows. When he noticed that Han Shuo was getting impatient, he finally brought up the main topic. He smilingly said, "The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in your hands has been in the limelight recently. All the aristocratic brothers in the City of Shadows are gossiping about your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. They are proud to own the medicines you refined. Haha, it is truly astonishing that you have achieved so much at such a young age. You flatter me." Han Shuo put on a calm smile and silently waited for Stice to get to the main topic. However, after Stice praised Han Shuo for a while, he suddenly changed the topic and said, "However, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy started too late. If you want to make your medicines known to the entire Darkness Dominion, even the Death and Destruction Dominions, it will take more than 8 to 10 years. But if you are willing to cooperate with us, we can guarantee that your medicines will be made known to everyone in the shortest time possible and you will reap even greater profits. What do you think?" Stice asked sincerely. "Oh." Han Shuo put on a bright smile and took a sip of the fine wine. He asked, "How do we cooperate?" "You will share the recipes of your medicines with us, Godswamp. All the medicines refined from your recipes can be sold through our pharmacies located all over the Darkness Dominion. We will split the profits 280. What do you think?" Stice probed with a gentle smile as he observed every expression on Han Shuo's face. 280. You get 20 and I get 80. Han Shuo thought that this was a rather generous way to split the profits. However, he was still unwilling to share the recipes of his medicines. At most, he would sell the medicines he refined to them. No, you misunderstand." Stice's expression changed and he hastily said, "You get 20 and we get 80. The smile on Han Shuo's face froze. He stood up and nodded at Stice with a smile, saying, "I still have something to attend to. Sorry, I'll take my leave first." Then, Han Shuo opened the door and walked out without another word. Han Shuo definitely couldn't accept this way of splitting the profits. Han Shuo couldn't be bothered to entertain such insincere partners. "Wait, there's still room for negotiation." Stice shouted with a forced smile when he saw that Han Shuo had turned to leave. His face was gloomy and his back was facing Han Shuo. "There's nothing to discuss. I'm really not interested in cooperating with the Godswamp Pharmacy." "Excuse me," Han Shuo said without turning his head and walked out of the room. "Rude brat, I'm going to reason with you today. I'd like to see what you're so proud of in the field of medicine refinement." Jiyu Li, who was guarding the door, immediately glared at Han Shuo the moment she saw Han Shuo coming out. She blocked Han Shuo's path and screamed shrilly, "I don't have time for your nonsense." Han Shuo felt that he had been tricked by the Godswamp pharmacy and was in a bad mood. Seeing that old Jiyu was taking advantage of his seniority in front of him, Han Shuo immediately pushed Jiyu Li away and said coldly. He ignored Jiyu Li, who was stumbling, and strode across the banquet hall. Jiyu Li had never been treated so rudely before. When she finally steadied herself, she realized that Han Shuo had already left. When she saw the gloating gazes around her, Jiyu Li almost fainted from anger. She screamed, "Damn brat, I'm not done with you." After Han Shuo left, the door of the room where he talked to Stice closed again. A side door suddenly opened. An elderly man with a head full of white hair and a face as translucent as jade walked out with a tranquil face. He took a glance at the dwarf Stice and said in an indifferent voice, "This youngster is extremely ambitious. He won't share the medicine for petty gains. It seems that this method won't work. Master, why don't we just get rid of him and extract the memories in his soul?" Stice suggested with a gloomy face. He was extremely angry after being humiliated by Han Shuo. The old man shook his head and calmly said, "Although I don't know how he escaped from Avery, it is obvious that this brat isn't as simple as he seems. Unless absolutely necessary, we should not resort to violence. We, the Godswamp Pharmacy, have been operating in the City of Shadows for many years. Do you think that we can't handle a small character that popped out of nowhere? Since he doesn't know what's good for him, we will teach him a lesson." "Master, you mean?" Stice looked at the old man respectfully. "Just like how we dealt with henna medicine, we will first tarnish the reputation of his medicines. His medicines are his foundation. As long as those people lose confidence in his medicines, I don't think he will be able to survive in the City of Shadows. The reason why those large family clans are willing to give in to him is because of his medicines. If they find out that there's something wrong with his medicines, he will be driven out of the City of Shadows without us having to do anything," the old man said as he stroked his messy white hair. "Understood, hehe," Stice said with a sinister smile. "What did you talk to him about just now? Why are you so angry?" Andrina immediately asked Han Shuo as soon as they walked out of the Godswamp Pharmacy. Before Han Shuo entered the room, Andrina tactfully retreated to the side. As she was a little girl, no one paid any attention to her. When Han Shuo walked out of the room, she appeared out of nowhere and followed behind Han Shuo. "This Godswamp Pharmacy wants to swallow up my medicine shop. Hee, they want me to share my medicine recipes with them? What a beautiful dream. Do they really think that I'm a pushover?" Han Shuo said angrily. After walking out of the Godswamp Pharmacy, Han Shuo turned his head to look at the towering buildings around him. He thought to himself, "One day, your Godswamp Pharmacy will have no place in the City of Shadows." "Damn it. Brian." Anito hastily walked over with an anxious expression. "What's wrong?" Han Shuo's heart sank when he saw Anito in such a hurry. He knew that something must have happened. "Carmelita has returned to the city." Anito let out a light sigh. His face was unsightly as he continued, "But she is seriously injured and has yet to regain consciousness. It's hard to say if she can hold on. Lord Andre knows that your medicines are miraculous and has sent me to look for you at top speed." Han Shuo's expression changed when he heard that Carmelita was seriously injured. He knew that Carmelita had been searching for his whereabouts for a period of time. He had personally visited all the major fortresses in the City of Shadows. Now that he heard that Carmelita was injured, Han Shuo immediately shouldered the greater part of the responsibility. "Let's go." Han Shuo immediately followed Anito to the saint residence with a gloomy face. Due to Carmelita's ugly appearance, Han Shuo naturally would not have any other thoughts about her. However, after going through trials and tribulations together, Han Shuo understood that Carmelita considered him a true friend. Now that Carmelita was injured because of him, Han Shuo immediately regarded the murderer who injured Carmelita as his main enemy. With Carmelita's formidable strength and the House of Saint being the dominant power in the City of Shadows, who would dare to attack her? God hunters. Han Shuo kept pondering along the way. Han Shuor's mind was in a mess. Worried about Carmelita's injuries, he unknowingly increased his speed and left Anito behind. Only Andrina was traveling side by side with him. This caused Anito to look at Han Shuor and Andrina strangely. She couldn't understand how Han Shuor could travel so fast. When they were about to arrive at the Saint residence, Andrina suddenly said, "I'll wait for you outside," and soon after, she vanished. Han Shuor was worried about Carmelita and did not pay her any attention. When Han Shuor arrived at the Saint residence, he discovered that Andre was personally waiting for him at the entrance. At this moment, Andre's left pupil was dark purple. He was emitting a dense, sinister aura. It was a stark contrast to his usual gentleness. "You're here." Andre had been pondering about something with a gloomy face. When he saw Han Shuor, his expression relaxed and he hastily said, "Follow me." Inside a secret chamber, the strong smell of medicine assaulted their nostrils. Several healers were holding glistening radiance in their hands. The radiance continuously fell on Carmelita, who was covered in cuts and bruises. At this moment, Carmelita's entire body was covered in wounds that looked like they had been cut by knives. Her skin was split open and her flesh was split open. Inside the small secret chamber were City Lord Wallace of the City of Shadows and a few of the most important members of the House of Saint. After Andre brought Han Shuor into the chamber, he only needed to take one look at Carmelita, who was lying in a medical container, to know how serious her injuries were. "Elder brother, I've brought her," Andre said to City Lord Wallace in a low voice. Wallace nodded, pointed at Carmelita, who was lying in the glass container, and said to Han Shuor, "Her injuries are very serious. She has yet to wake up. I don't know if she can hold on. Get everyone out." Han Shuor suddenly said in a deep voice, "Brat, who do you think you are? You are just a pharmacist, not a specialized healer. What can you possibly do under such circumstances?" The few best healers in the City of Shadows who were concentrating on treating Carmelita's injuries glared at Han Shuor angrily when they saw that Han Shuor had immediately chased them away. Andre, who had brought Han Shuor over, was also shocked. He did not expect that Han Shuor would be so bold. Generally speaking, such injuries would be treated by specialized healers. Pharmacists would only provide some special medicines. Andre had brought Han Shuor here because he wanted him to be his assistant and trust in the medicines he refined. He had never thought that Han Shuor would be the one to take charge of the situation. Without looking at anyone, Han Shuor stared at City Lord Wallace of the City of Shadows and said solemnly, "Let me do it. I am confident that I can make Carmelita recover to her original state. I have no intention of bragging or joking at such a critical moment." Wallace's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Han Shuor's words. He waved his hand to stop the protests of the healers and said in a deep voice, "All of you, get out." He was the most powerful man in the City of Shadows. The prestige he had accumulated over the years was not something that these healers would dare to defy. Even though they were full of complaints, they had no choice but to obediently obey. They put down the medical instruments in their hands and left the small treatment room in a single file. "And the rest of you, leave," Wallace ordered after taking another glance at the immediate family members of the House of Saint. Those people also left with their heads lowered. Before they left, they sized up Han Shuor with strange gazes. Their gazes seemed to be saying, "If anything were to happen to Carmelita, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Do your best." Wallace patted on Han Shuor's shoulder and consoled him in a low voice. He said, "Second brother, let's go." Wallace and Andre were the last to leave the treatment room. "Elder brother, do you believe in that youngster Brian?" Andre hesitated for a moment before he asked after exiting the treatment room. "I don't know. Let's bet on it. Those healers have been busy for half a day and there is still no sign of Carmelita waking up. I don't think we can count on them. That youngster, on the other hand, has a very bright gleam in his eyes. I didn't see it in any of those dejected pharmacists. Therefore, I think it's worth a gamble," Wallace said in a deep voice. "You mean confidence?" Andre stared blankly for a moment before he asked. "That's right, confidence. When I saw that youngster's gleam of confidence, I feel that Carmelita can still be saved. Those healers, on the other hand, are all in a flurry. Their faces are gloomy and terrified. They are constantly conveying to me how powerless they are. How can I count on them? Wallace replied in a low voice. Andre thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. But soon after, he sighed and said in a low voice, I hope she can pull through this. Have you found any clues? Wallace took a deep breath. His face was terrifyingly malevolent, like a ferocious beast that was about to devour its prey. I'm still investigating. It will take some time, Andre said with a gloomy face. No matter who it is, as long as we find the target, kill them without mercy. This is a direct provocation to our House of Saint. It's been so many years, it seems that some people have forgotten what our family name means. Saint's right hand trembled unconsciously, like a wild beast excited to hunt its prey. That's right. Andrea did not speak, but nodded his head heavily. Within the treatment room, Hanshaw pressed both his hands on Carmelita's back. His body was wreathed in faint black smoke. Wisps of ink-black smoke twisted and turned in the treatment room, giving this man a sense of evil. Those who didn't know what was going on might even think that some sort of dark ritual was taking place here. Carmelita's body contained the three great divine powers of death, darkness, and destruction. These three types of divine powers did not belong to her, and they had already penetrated deep into every cell and bone marrow of her body, destroying almost all of her life functions. It was obvious that the few of them had joined forces to kill her. Carmelita's own divine energy of destruction had long been depleted. She could no longer organize an effective attack. The most difficult thing was that she had fallen into a coma. In a state of confusion, she could not understand the terrible state she was in. Without her willpower to resist, her divine body would not be able to hold on. The reason why Hanshaw dared to boast about healing Carmelita was because of the miraculous nature of demonic arts. Demonic yuan could be said to be the most miraculous way to use energy. Hanshaw could clearly understand Carmelita's physical condition through demonic yuan. He immediately understood that the most frightening part of Carmelita's body was the divine energy of darkness. Hanshaw had no way of using demonic yuan to purge this powerful energy. He could only slowly extract the divine energies of destruction and death from her cells and bone marrow. The energy of destruction and death that was constantly causing damage to Carmelita's body did not belong to Carmelita at all. This external energy had already deteriorated and was only left with the most basic damage attribute. After extracting it with demonic arts, Hanshaw immediately buried it in the ground. This type of divine energy would only bring harm to his avatars. It would not benefit either of his avatars. After exhausting a portion of his demonic yuan and exhausting himself, Hanshaw was finally able to extract the energy of destruction and death from Carmelita's body. As for the most powerful divine energy of darkness, Hanshaw was powerless to do anything about it. Hanshaw used his consciousness to infiltrate Carmelita's divine soul bit by bit. With the help of Cauldron Spirit's energy, the perception of his consciousness was increased by tenfold. Hanshaw left a strong conviction in Carmelita's muddled divine soul to resist the divine energy of darkness in her body with all her might. Carmelita was, after all, a high god. Although she had yet to awaken, her divine soul started to reorganize the divine energy of destruction in her body by relying on the strong conviction Hanshaw left behind. Hanshaw fed Carmelita a few medicinal pellets in one go. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he discovered that the divine energy of destruction in her body was gathering bit by bit. After resting for a while, Hanshaw wiped away the traces of him using demonic arts and opened the door with a weary face. "How is it?" Wallace and the others had been guarding outside. When they saw Hanshaw come out, Wallace hastily asked, "She's fine. But it will take a very long time for her to fully recover." Hanshaw wiped the sweat on his forehead and suddenly said, "There are many divine energies in her body. The most powerful one is the divine energy of darkness. The assailant must be a high god. Also, I feel that the divine energy seems somewhat familiar." Andre's left pupil suddenly turned dark purple. His face turned ashen. He looked as though he had turned into a god of death. Chapter 7:16. Wallace nodded and did not say anything else. He went straight into the treatment room. He seemed to be very anxious about Carmelita's condition. Andre did not enter the room. He kept silent for a moment with an ugly expression. Suddenly, he looked deeply at Hanshoror and said, "You said that you felt that darkness divine energy seemed somewhat familiar. What do you mean?" Hanshoror did not think too much about it. As soon as he saw Andre's solemn face, he realized what Andre was suspecting. Hanshoror's face turned cold. That vague feeling suddenly became clear. He lowered his voice and said, "It's him. There's no mistaking it." Andre, of course, knew who Hanshoror was referring to. His expression turned even more unsightly. After another long period of silence, Andre seemed to be thinking about what to do. After a while, he said to Hanshoror in a low voice, "Don't make this matter known. I will investigate this thoroughly. If it really is that person, don't worry, he will not escape death." As the House of Saint could become the most powerful family in the City of Shadows, Hanshoror knew that Wallace and Andre were not benevolent people. After hearing Andre's assurance, Hanshoror knew that Avery would be dead if Andre were to learn of the situation. Therefore, Hanshoror did not say anything. Soon enough, Wallace came out of the room. After checking on Carmelita's injuries, his complexion looked much better. He nodded at Andre, indicating that Carmelita's life was no longer in danger. Then, he said to Hanshoror, "You have saved Carmelita's life twice. I won't make any unnecessary promises, but I know what I'm doing." For someone like Wallace to say so, Hanshoror believed that in the future, as long as he did not do anything that would harm the interests of the House of Saint, Hanshoror would be able to do as he pleased in the City of Shadows. "Elder brother, there are some things I would like to discuss with you alone," Andre said in a deep voice. "Brian, why don't you go back first?" Wallace smiled faintly at Hanshoror after an idea struck him. Hanshoror nodded and walked away from the two. Before Hanshoror could walk too far, the relatives of the House of Saint came up to him and asked about Hanshoror and Carmelita. Due to their low statuses, these people had been waiting outside the Saint residence all this time and were unaware of Carmelita's condition. After Hanshoror informed them that Carmelita was fine, he walked past the group of healers who were both respectful and fearful of him and headed out of the Saint residence. The healers were all silently preparing themselves, waiting for Hanshoror to be unable to do anything to help. However, when they heard that Hanshoror had stabilized Carmelita's condition, all of them felt very conflicted. They no longer dared to look at Hanshoror with the slightest hint of contempt. On the way to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy after leaving the Saint residence, Andrina suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Why didn't you go in with me just now?" Hanshoror asked puzzledly after glancing at Andrina. "I heard that the City Lord of the City of Shadows is also inside. I was afraid that he could see through my true strength, so I didn't go in with you," Andrina answered honestly. Hanshoror stared blankly for a moment before he asked again, "Why are you afraid that Wallace will find out about your strength? Also, what kind of energy have you cultivated? Why are you able to consume crystal coins to recover from your injuries?" "Hee. I will explain it to you in detail in the future. I can't tell you for now," Andrina replied smilingly and avoided Hanshoror's question. He was certain that Andrina was hiding some kind of secret. However, there was nothing Hanshoror could do if she was unwilling to reveal it. After all, Andrina's injuries had mostly recovered by now. Under such circumstances, Hanshoror couldn't force her. Although he was rather displeased, he had no choice but to let it go. The two soon returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Much to Hanshoror's surprise, Jiu Li, the pharmacist whom he once humiliated in the Godswamp Pharmacy, was waiting for him at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As soon as Jiu Li saw Hanshoror, she immediately shouted angrily, "Brat, I don't believe that you are that good at medicine refinement. If you can't prove to me that you didn't steal your medicine refinement recipe, I will not let you off." Hanshoror was rather annoyed. Ignoring Jiu Li's attempts to stop him, he pushed Jiu Li aside and headed straight for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with Andrina. With his back facing Jiu Li, he sneered, "I don't have any obligation to prove to you. Don't think that just because you have some status in the City of Mirages that everyone has to bow and scrape to you. We don't welcome you here. Don't stay here and be an eyesore. Han Shoror and Andrina had already entered the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. They locked the door from the inside and paid no attention to Jiu Li, who was screaming in exasperation. Jiu Li screamed hysterically outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy for a while. Seeing that Han Shoror wasn't paying any attention to her, she finally left with her tail between her legs. 3 days later, Han Shoror, who was quietly cultivating in the middle of the night, suddenly sensed someone approaching. A few demon generals that Han Shoror had placed outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy soon discovered that someone was approaching. During this period of time, Han Shoror had been on high alert, fearing that someone would come and cause trouble. When they discovered that someone was approaching, before Han Shoror could take any action, a group of Anito's divine guards that had been stationed nearby had snuck up to them. "What are you doing sneaking around here in the middle of the night? Hand over your divine tablet," shouted one of the divine guards in a low voice. The few of them immediately surrounded the intruder. "I'm looking for Brian. What do you people want? Do you want to fight?" said the person fearlessly. He looked at the divine guards with an angry face. "Capture him." The divine guards of the House of Saint, who were used to running amok in the City of Shadows, upon seeing that the intruder wasn't cooperating, immediately prepared to capture him. It was at this moment that one of the demon generals finally saw the appearance of the intruder. Although he was dressed in ragged clothes and cut a sorry figure like a beggar, Han Shoror could just barely make out that he was Akeley. This was the fellow that Han Shoror got to know as soon as he arrived on Elysium. His temper was as stubborn as ever. He would clamor for a fight at the slightest disagreement. After confirming that the intruder was Akeley, Han Shoror immediately rushed over. Before the two parties started fighting, Han Shoror arrived and hastily said, "He's my friend." Why would Mr. Brian have such a friend? Although the divine guards were puzzled, they did not dare to offend Han Shoror. They immediately retreated and stopped fighting. Han Shoror was currently a popular figure in the City of Shadows, while Akeley was behaving like a beggar. In the eyes of these divine guards, Akeley was a very suspicious person. "How did you become like this?" Laylin asked Akeley with an odd expression on his face. Before the two parted, Han Shoror had given Akeley quite a number of crystal coins. In addition, Akeley also had a portion of the Nurua in his possession. Logically speaking, no matter how bad he was doing, he shouldn't be in such a state. Therefore, Han Shoror found it very strange. Akeley's face turned rather unsightly. He seemed unwilling to talk about this matter in front of those divine guards. He forced a smile and said, "It's a long story, let's talk inside." Han Shoror gestured to the divine guards and they quietly withdrew. Akeley followed Han Shoror into the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. It wasn't long before Han Shoror became a celebrity in the City of Shadows. He was a figure that several large family clans strove to curry favor with. On the other hand, not only did Akeley fail to achieve great things with the crystal coins he had, but he also ended up in such a miserable state. The two of them couldn't help but sigh when they met. "Youngster, you sure have gotten rich fast. It hasn't been long since I last saw you, but after I asked around in the City of Shadows, all the divine guards knew your name. At first, I thought that the person they were talking about wasn't you. But when I heard that you had concocted some medicine, I was sure that it was you. How unbelievable." Akeley looked at Han Shoror enviously. He had once eaten the medicinal pellets Han Shoror gave him and naturally knew how miraculous Han Shoror's medicinal pellets were. If it wasn't for Han Shoror's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Akeley wouldn't have believed that the most popular figure in the City of Shadows was the Han Shoror he knew. Haha, it's a long story. Even Han Shoror himself did not expect that he would be able to make a fortune so quickly. He smilingly said, "Right, how did you end up in such dire straits? Before we parted, I left you quite a lot of crystal coins. Besides, you still have divine essence mines. There's no way you would end up like this, right? Don't mention those divine essence mines. It's because of those divine essence mines that I'm so unlucky." Akeley put on a furious face and told Han Shoror about his recent experiences. After the two parted, Akeley first found a secluded place and absorbed all the divine essences containing destruction divine energy in his hand. His talent was truly outstanding. He had managed to break through to late-stage low-god realm just by relying on the divine essence mines he had. After absorbing all the destruction divine essences in his hand, Akeley discovered that his strength was progressing too slowly. Therefore, he decided to purchase a few divine weapons to increase his strength. However, the crystal coins Hanshor gave him were not enough to purchase the divine weapons he fancied. With no other choice, Akeley recklessly took out a few divine essences of wind in an attempt to make a trade. It was precisely those divine essences he took out that landed him in big trouble. As soon as he left the shop with the divine weapons, he was immediately targeted by others. What followed was a long period of pursuit. If it wasn't for Akeley's vast experience and great improvement in strength, he would have long been killed by those who coveted his divine essence mines. After trekking over mountains and rivers, Akeley managed to escape from those greedy pursuers with great difficulty. He no longer dared to take out his divine essence mines. The defenses of the forts and towns under the City of Shadows were far inferior to those in the City of Shadows. Akeley felt that only a place like the City of Shadows could allow him to sell his divine essences safely. On top of that, Hanshor had told him that he would be in the City of Shadows as well. Therefore, Akeley decided to come to the City of Shadows. Akeley, who was rather paranoid from being pursued, had been wandering around barren mountains and swamps. He had even encountered a few groups of god hunters along the way. By the time he arrived at the City of Shadows, he was already in such a miserable state. Back when we parted ways, I told you not to rashly take out your divine essence mines. But you just wouldn't listen to me. It would be a wonder if you didn't get hunted down. But you sure are lucky to be able to make it to the City of Shadows alive under such circumstances. I truly admire you. Now that you have struck it rich, you start making sarcastic remarks. Who knew that those people would be so crazy? They would attack me as soon as I was alone. Every time, there would be several of them. If it wasn't for my top-notch fleeing skills, I would have long been killed by those bastard. Akeley said furiously. Then why did you dare to compete with the divine guards just now? You should know that you are no match for those divine guards with your strength, right? Hanshor put on a spurious smile. Hee hee. This is the City of Shadows. What do I have to fear? Do they have the guts to kill me? Akeley put on a smile and lamented, damn it, I have finally understood the situation on Elysium. It seems that the way I used to do things on the Blue Ocean continent is no longer suitable. I can't run amok in the future. After hearing those words, Hanshor knew that Akeley's situation on Elysium had finally begun to change. But then again, it made sense. If Akeley had continued to act the way he did when he first arrived on Elysium, he probably wouldn't have survived until now. Elysium wasn't the Blue Ocean continent. Reality was cruel. But fortunately for Hanshor, Akeley had recognized the situation. What do you plan to do in the future? Asked Hanshor. Nothing much. I've traveled thousands of miles to the City of Shadows to seek refuge with you. You wouldn't be so disloyal as to ignore me, would you? Akeley had gone through thick and thin with Hanshor. He knew that although Hanshor was cruel to his enemies, he treated his friends well. Therefore, Akeley was determined to stick with Hanshor. Oh! Hanshor stared blankly for a moment before he forced a smile and said, I'm just running a pharmacy. Why would you want to stick with me? Don't give me that. I've asked around. You are doing so well in the City of Shadows. There's nothing wrong with me following you. In any case, since I'm here, you can't just ignore me. We have gone through thick and thin together. Akeley laughed mischievously. He casually found a place to lie down comfortably and mumbled to himself, my goodness, this place of yours is really nice. It's been a long time since I've had a good rest. Right, you go about your business. I'll keep an eye on the door for you, all right? To Hanshor, it didn't matter if Akeley was as reckless as before. If Akeley was as reckless as before, Hanshor wouldn't have dared to keep him around. But now that Akeley seemed to have recognized the situation, and based on Hanshor's understanding of Akeley, Hanshor felt that Akeley wasn't a bad person. After thinking for a moment, Hanshor nodded and said, if you don't mind my small shop, you can stay. After all, my pharmacy is really lacking in manpower. That would be great. Haha, I knew you are a loyal fella. Akeley felt at ease. Alright, you stay in my pharmacy for the time being. I don't have anything for you to do right now, but I'm sure there will be something for you to do in the future, Han Shoror said. It was impossible for Han Shoror to stay in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy all the time. With Akeley keeping an eye on the door, Han Shoror wouldn't have to worry too much. Besides, Han Shoror's goal wasn't as simple as the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. One day, he would have his own family clan and perhaps his own divine guards. And Akeley was a very good warrior. Good. For you to be able to gain a foothold in the City of Shadows so quickly, I will surely live a good life if I follow you. Ha. Akeley's words were meant to flatter Han Shoror. But it turned out that he was right. Just like that, other than the mysterious and unfathomable Andrina, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy gained the somewhat deranged Akeley. Chapter 717. ****** At the Saint residence. Wallace, the City Lord of the City of Shadows, had been in a bad mood recently. He had changed from his usual methodical approach to the management of the City of Shadows. He had become resolute and decisive in dealing with the affairs of the City of Shadows. He had begun to focus on the issue of the 7 Divine Guards. There were a total of 7 Chiefs of Divine Guards in the City of Shadows. The top 3 Chiefs of Divine Guards were all from the House of Saint. The remaining 4 Chiefs of Divine Guards were experts from the 4 major family clans. With the excuse of Carmelita's serious injury and the fact that the Dominions of Water and Life had infiltrated the City of Shadows, Wallace blamed the negligence of the 7 Chiefs of Divine Guards and took the opportunity to reorganize the 7 Corps. Everyone knew that Wallace was very angry about Carmelita's serious injury. During this sensitive period, no one dared to disobey Wallace's orders. Some of the orders that affected the City of Shadows were smoothly passed down. Avery was not in the City of Shadows for the time being. Therefore, several chiefs of the 5th Corps were assigned to the City of Shadows. The reason was that the 5th Corps might be short of manpower in Avery's absence. All this while, other than the top 3 Chiefs of Divine Guards belonging to the House of Saint, the other 4 Chiefs of Divine Guards were under the control of the 4 major family clans. Wallace had never interfered with them. This time, his actions had caused a great deal of controversy. However, Wallace firmly suppressed it. The chiefs of the 5th Corps were complaining about it. The Patriarch of the House of Lavas was also very displeased. However, under Wallace's wrath, no one dared to say anything. They merely assumed that Wallace's actions were because he was in a bad mood. They believed that he would change after Carmelita recovered. Andre was the only one who understood his elder brother's intentions. He secretly cooperated with Wallace and began to investigate Avery's actions. The House of Saint was the most powerful force in the City of Shadows. When they were serious about investigating a matter, very few schemes and machinations could escape the eyes of Wallace and Andre, the 2 vicious and merciless brothers. Soon enough, with Han Shoror's help, the 2 brothers who had suspected Avery as a suspect gradually found some clues. Some plans and operations were formulated, perfected, and carried out in the dark. On this day, Wallace, who had been in a gloomy mood for a long time, finally showed some gentleness on his face. Looking at Carmelita, who was slowly waking up, he said with concern, "Everything is fine now. Don't worry." Carmelita's body was still very weak. Although the divine energy of darkness in her body had been temporarily suppressed by her tenacious willpower, most of the destruction divine energy in her body had been consumed. Fortunately, the House of Saint was rich and generous. They were not stingy with their precious divine essences. The moment she opened her eyes, she noticed that her father was holding a heavy bag of destruction divine essences in his hand. "Father." Looking at the concerned Wallace in front of her, Carmelita called out softly, "Don't talk. Rest well. Take this bag of divine crystals and absorb them. Heal your injuries as soon as possible." "Ha. I didn't expect that you would be seriously injured twice in such a short time. The House of Saint is running low on destruction divine essences. But don't worry, I have sent people to contact the other cities and will exchange some divine essences of other elements that the House of Saint has. You just need to recuperate in peace, said Wallace softly. I'm feeling much better. Carmelita struggled for a moment. Wallace hastily helped her up. After she sat properly, he bunched his brows and asked, other than me, who else in that group of divine guards survived? Wallace sighed softly and shook his head. Karina, she was covering for me. Carmelita's eyes suddenly overflowed with tears. I know. You just need to recuperate in peace. We have already found the culprit. Anyone who dares to attack you, no matter who they are, will not be able to escape death, assured Wallace. Of the 2 House of Saint Divine Guards that went with Carmelita, not a single one managed to escape alive. Carmelita was only able to escape the calamity when she arrived at Sky Orchid Fort, where the Chief of Divine Guards, Aobashi, was temporarily stationed. For Carmelita's sake, Karina sacrificed her divine soul in order to buy her some time. I couldn't see the shadows of those people in the canopy of darkness. I have no idea who did it. But most of them cultivate in the energy of death, destruction, and darkness. Carmelita slowly closed her eyes, recalled for a moment, and said to Wallace. Since they dared to attack you and used the canopy of darkness to conceal their presence and traces, they must not want you to know their identities. Don't think too much about it. Father will find them one by one. Wallace comforted Carmelita gently so that she would not have to worry about the situation before she was seriously injured. By the way, you were able to wake up this time because of that little guy called Brian. Wallace did not want Carmelita to wallow in the pain of Karina's death. Therefore, he changed the topic and brought up Hanshuro. He's fine. Ha. I should have known that he would be fine. He's more cunning than anyone else. Carmelita forced a smile and asked Wallace, is he in the City of Shadows? I want to see him. Wallace revealed a troubled expression. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, he is fine at the moment. But your injuries have not stabilized yet. It's better to wait for a while. It won't be too late to see him after you have purged the divine energy of darkness in your body. Carmelita knew that Wallace was concerned for her well-being. She nodded and softly replied, I understand. All right, rest well. Stabilizing your injuries as soon as possible is of utmost importance. I will take my leave now. Wallace stood up and walked out of the room smilingly. After arriving at a secret chamber in the Saint residence, Wallace asked Andre, who had been sitting there silently, how did it go? We don't have conclusive evidence. But according to what Brian said, the divine energy of darkness left in Carmelita's body, the fact that that guy has been out of the city for such a long time, and the clues we found, we can deduce that it is indeed here. Andre replied in a low voice with a gloomy face. We don't need any more evidence. We don't need to continue investigating the ins and outs of this matter. I trust your judgment. Wallace decisively made his decision. After taking a short pause, he said in a deep voice, send a message to Aobashi and the other 2. Have them search for Avery's traces with all their might. Once they find his location, report to me immediately. We will arrest him immediately. Brother, we don't have any evidence. Won't we? Andre's spirit was lifted. But soon after, he bunched his brows as though he had just recalled the House of Lavas. It doesn't matter. Since we have already made our move, we don't have to worry about anything. Keep a close eye on the House of Lavas. Once it is proven that that guy is related to Avery, we will exterminate the entire House of Lavas. Wallace was indeed ruthless. Once he took action, he would not leave any leeway. Currently, there is no evidence to prove that the patriarch of the House of Lavas, Field, is involved in this matter. But I will do as you say. If Field really doesn't know about this, what should we do? Andre asked. If he really doesn't know anything, we will capture all of Avery's trusted aides in the 5th Corps. When the time comes, I will personally explain this matter to Field and see what his attitude is. If he doesn't know what's good for him, we will eliminate the House of Lavas from the City of Shadows. Wallace said in a deep voice. Understood. Andre nodded. He knew that his big brother would not show any mercy once he took action. The reason why the House of Saint was able to stand tall in the City of Shadows for so many years was because they had such a decisive and ruthless patriarch. Oh right, before we take action against the House of Lavas, You will personally explain the ins and outs of this matter to the patriarchs of the other 3 major family clans. We must not disappoint the patriarchs of the other 3 major family clans. We must make them understand that the House of Lavas deserves all of this. Wallace instructed after thinking for a moment. Andre nodded and expressed that he understood. After thinking for a moment, just as Andre was about to leave, he suddenly asked, "Oh right, big brother, that youngster Brian has saved Carmelita's life twice. Shouldn't we express our gratitude? That youngster is not bad." Wallace praised when Andre mentioned Han Shaw. After thinking for a moment, he said in a somewhat vexed manner, "That youngster has a firm will and a sharp spirit. On top of that, he is an expert in medicine refinement. He is indeed a rare talent. However, this youngster's strength is a little too weak. I'm afraid that if we give him too many benefits for the time being, he won't be able to accept them all of a sudden. Otherwise, why don't we just hand over the 5th core to him?" Andre's heart skipped a beat when he heard that Wallace intended to hand over the 5th core to Han Shaw. He thought to himself, "This is an opportunity for me to reach the heavens in a single bound. There are so many experts in the City of Shadows. Every single one of them would be jealous of the position vacated by Avery. Once Han Shaw becomes a chief of divine guards in the City of Shadows, as long as he possesses sufficient strength, he can establish his own family clan." But after thinking for a moment, Andre shook his head slightly and said in a bitter smile, "It's a pity that youngster is too weak. He won't be able to convince the others to take over the 5th core. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That kid has a good relationship with Carmelita. If he were to take over the 5th core, we would be able to save a lot of trouble. It's a pity that he's too weak. Forget it, I'm just saying. We'll see how it goes when the time comes." Wallace shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to discuss this further with Andre. Han Shaw did not know that Wallace intended to hand over the coveted position of the 5th core to him. Had he known that Wallace intended to do so, he might have been willing to take the risk and prove his strength in order to seize this opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. After all, by taking over the 5th core, Han Shaw would be able to freely form his own team of divine guards. With a powerful force under his command and the wealth he obtained from his pharmacy, he would be able to smoothly establish another powerful family clan in the City of Shadows. He might even be able to replace the former House of Lavas and become one of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows. Setting aside these beautiful prospects for the time being, Han Shaw was currently faced with an extremely troublesome matter. If this matter was not handled properly, Han Shaw might not even be able to maintain his transcendent status in the City of Shadows, let alone establishing his own family clan. How is this possible? Han Shaw cried out involuntarily when he saw Anito, who wore a solemn face. "I don't know what's going on either." However, after a member of the House of Kisa took your medicine of tranquility, not only did he fail to stabilize his current realm, his body seemed to have suffered from a backlash. Not only has he failed to advance a single step, but his realm has also regressed. "I am here to inform you of this matter," explained Anito. "It is impossible for the medicine I refined to have such a situation. There must be a problem somewhere. It is very possible that the fellow did not take the medicine according to my instructions." Han Shaw had absolute confidence in the medicines he personally refined. He did not believe that such a problem would occur. "I have just received the news. I don't know the details yet. Why don't you go to the House of Kisa and take a look?" suggested Anito. Han Shaw nodded and immediately headed for the House of Kisa under Anito's lead without a second thought. Andrina, who was supposed to continue devouring crystal coins on the 3rd floor, silently floated down and landed beside Anito, giving him a big fright. With sufficient crystal coins to consume, Andrina's injuries healed faster and faster. However, the mysterious and unfathomable aura on her body grew fainter and fainter. Han Shaw knew that as Andrina's injuries healed, her ability to conceal her strength also grew stronger. Unlike Akeli, Andrina was determined to follow him. Han Shaw had no choice but to let her follow him. Anito sized up Andrina, who had silently appeared. He was startled by the unapproachable expression on her face. He looked at Han Shaw, who was silently walking forward, and thought to himself, So this youngster has such a hobby. No wonder he has never properly communicated with any of the young and beautiful women in the City of Shadows after coming to the city for so long. Instead, he likes to hang out with Miss Carmelita. So it turns out that all strange people have strange hobbies. Suddenly, a pair of cold eyes fell on Anito. Anito, who was having filthy thoughts, suddenly discovered that the ice-cold little girl was staring at him. For no reason, Anito felt a chill all over his body. He subconsciously let out 2 hollow laughs and did not dare to look into Andrina's eyes. "If you dare to have any filthy thoughts again, I will kill you." Andrina coldly groaned and warned. I wouldn't dare. Anito hastily said. But as soon as those words left his mouth, he immediately realized that it was inappropriate. He thought to himself, why would I be afraid of a little girl? It doesn't make sense. Hanshoro paid no attention to the little disturbance between Anito and Andrina. He was thinking about the medicinal pellets. Soon, he arrived at the Kisa residence. After reporting his name, the guards of the Kisa residence coldly escorted Hanshoro to the Kisa residence. Those guards looked at Hanshoro as though they were looking at a swindler. This made Hanshoro feel very uncomfortable. What's going on? Asked Hanshoro with his brows bunched when he saw Rugasi in a gymnasium inside one of the buildings in the Kisa residence. Rugasi was in charge of the 6th Corps of Divine Guards. He was an influential person in the City of Shadows. The last time he met Hanshoro, he was very respectful and courteous. But this time, he did not show any courtesy. After coldly sizing up Hanshoro, Rugasi lightly groaned and said, "You sure are fast." Rugasi then pointed at a young man who was convulsing on the ground and said furiously, "You sold a good medicine. My nephew is in this state because he took your medicine of tranquility. Your medicine is so unstable and has such terrifying side effects. Why didn't you tell him in advance? You caused his cultivation to regress instead of advancing. And yet, you still dare to come. I have sold so many of my medicines and many people have taken them. This is the first time such a situation has happened. I believe that this has nothing to do with my medicine. He must have taken it improperly. There must be some misunderstanding." Hanshoro swept a glance at that young man and said with his brows bunched, "There is no misunderstanding. I have interrogated him. He took the medicine according to the prescription of your medicine. There is no mistake. There must be something wrong with your medicine that caused this situation. How dare you deny it?" Rugasi took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said in a gloomy voice, "I know that you have a close relationship with Carmelita. You even saved her life a few days ago. That is why I am speaking to you in such an amiable manner. Otherwise, don't even think of standing in front of me right now." Rugasi's attitude made Hanshoro even angrier. He coldly gazed at that young man who was trembling on the ground. He raised his head and said to Rugasi in a sarcastic tone, "So many people have taken my medicine. Why is it that none of them are affected except for him? How would I know? Maybe the others haven't acted up yet. How dare you be so arrogant when there is a problem with your medicine? If it weren't for the House of Saint, I would have taken you down right now." Rugasi could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He immediately bellowed in a low voice. Beside him, several divine guards from the 6th Corps had surrounded Hanshoro. The reason why Rugasi was so friendly to Hanshoro was because of the medicine. Now that he saw that the medicine had such a side effect, he immediately felt that he had been deceived. Therefore, his attitude towards Hanshoro, a mere low god, had completely changed. He did not immediately take action because he was apprehensive of the relationship between Hanshoro and the House of Saint. "Lord Rugasi, I hope that you will not act rashly before the matter is clarified. I am in charge of Mr. Bryan's safety under the orders of Lord Erebus and Lord Endre. I hope that your lordship will not make things difficult for our 3rd Corps." Anito hastily said when he saw that Rugasi was about to take Mr. Bryan away. It was at this moment that Andrina, who was standing beside Hanshoro, suddenly stepped forward. She stood in front of Hanshoro and looked at Rugasi with hostility. Hanshoro grabbed Andrina's little hand and pulled her back. If Andrina was allowed to do as she pleased without clarifying the situation, The good reputation of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy might very well be ruined. Han Shoror was counting on the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to earn him a large amount of crystal coins. He knew that he could not be reckless at this moment. In short, you must give my family clan an explanation. When Rugasi heard Annette mentioning Erebus and Andre's names, he didn't dare to act recklessly and shouted angrily. Rugasi was startled when he saw that Andrina had stepped forward. For a moment, he felt that Andrina was an extremely formidable opponent. However, that feeling vanished without a trace when Han Shoror grabbed Andrina's little hand. Rugasi thought that it was just a momentary hallucination. He was in a fit of anger at the moment and did not think too much about it. Let me take a look at the situation first. Han Shoror no longer paid any attention to Rugasi. He secretly decided that he would never sell any medicinal pellets to the House of Kisa again after this matter was clarified. Rugasi's attitude made him very unhappy. Chapter 718. Han Shoror squatted down and placed his hand on the man's back to examine the condition of his body. The news that Han Shoror had saved Carmelita 2 days ago had spread throughout the City of Shadows. Otherwise, Rugasi wouldn't have allowed Han Shoror to do as he pleased. With Han Shoror's hand on the man's back and Rugasi facing him, it was impossible for him to see what Han Shoror was doing. Han Shoror's demonic yuan was like tiny, formless snakes that slowly seeped into the man's body in an attempt to find the source of the disorder in his body. Han Shoror was well aware of the composition and effects of the medicine of Jade Pearl. With the miraculous demonic yuan, he quickly figured out what was going on. Something's wrong. Han Shoror bunched his brows and said in a deep voice, "What's causing the convulsions in his body is another type of medicine. I can guarantee that the medicine of Jade Pearl I refined does not contain that type of medicine." Did he swallow some other medicine? No, I didn't. The man opened his mouth with great difficulty. His voice was very weak. Kid, you aren't trying to shirk your responsibility, are you? Rugasi immediately rebuked his nephew. It was obvious that he trusted his nephew more. That's impossible. Han Shoror coldly shouted, "There is absolutely no other type of medicine in my medicine. There must be a problem. My lord." It was at this moment that another divine guard rushed over hastily. "What is it?" Rugasi was in a fit of rage. When he saw that the divine guard was flustered, he impatiently gave him a slap. The slap caused the divine guard's body to sway. When Rugasi finally stabilized his body, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, he hastily explained, a divine guard was accidentally injured in the gymnasium. After consuming young Master Gregor's medicine of rejuvenation, not only did his injuries not stabilize, he immediately died. Han Shoror's face jolted upon hearing those words. Rugasi immediately flew into a rage. He glared at Han Shoror and said, "How dare you deny that your medicine isn't the problem? Once is fine, but twice. How dare you deny it? Arrest him." "Lord Rugasi," Anito shouted anxiously. He intended to remind Han Shoror that Erebus and Andre were protecting him. "Say no more. Even if Andre and Erebus were here, I would still pursue this matter. If there is any responsibility, I will bear all of it. Capture this brat immediately and break his arms and legs. Later, I will personally question Andre and Erebus about this matter. I want to see how they will defend such a swindler." Rugasi's face was cold. He was truly enraged. The 6th Corps Divine Guards no longer hesitated after hearing Rugasi's words. They immediately surrounded Han Shoror. Several of the Divine Guards brandished their divine weapons and aimed them at Han Shoror's neck. As soon as Han Shoror heard Rugasi's order to break his arms and legs first, he became furious. There was clearly something fishy about this matter. Rugasi did not listen to Han Shoror's explanation and insisted that Han Shoror was a swindler. Such behavior had already violated some of the rules of the City of Shadows. However, Han Shoror wasn't worried that Rugasi would break his arms and legs. Given Han Shoror's monstrous regenerative ability, even if his internal organs were destroyed, he could quickly regenerate them, let alone broken bones. Besides, Han Shoror believed that once he unleashed his invincible omen body, Would the attacks of those mid-god divine guards really have any effect on him? Han Shoror was not willing to endure such humiliation. He immediately gathered the energy in his body, ready to retaliate the moment those divine guards attacked him. Even if things escalated to the point where even the House of Saint could no longer protect him, Han Shoror didn't believe that he would have a bad life if he left the City of Shadows. At most, it would take him a little more time. However, before Han Shoror could act, Andrina, who had been cold and indifferent all this while, suddenly moved. A dazzling radiance revolved around Han Shoror. After a series of crackling noises, all the divine weapons pointed at Han Shoror suddenly exploded. Those divine guards of the Sixth Corps who were holding the divine weapons were sent flying. Andrina, who was as cold as ice, stood proudly in front of Han Shoror. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she stared at Rugasi. She did not utter a single word. Anito, who was about to persuade Han Shoror not to act rashly, was stunned on the spot when he saw such an unforeseen event. He did not know what to do. Who are you? How dare you injure my Sixth Corps divine guards? You are making an enemy out of the City of Shadows. As the chief of the Sixth Corps of the City of Shadows, Rugasi was not an easy character to deal with. He was initially astonished by Andrina's strength. But soon, he came to his senses and skillfully accused Andrina of a major crime. Han Shoror, who was about to attack, was also stunned. He turned to look at Andrina, who was tightly shielding him. For a moment, he did not know what to do. If you dare hurt him, I will kill you, Andrina said in a bone-chilling voice as she looked at Rugasi with her ice-cold eyes. Rugasi, who was about to make a move, suddenly felt that he was being affected by a strange magnetic field. In the next moment, a strong sense of crisis made him subconsciously want to take a few steps back. Looking at Angelina, who was threatening him, Rugasi felt a chill in his heart for no reason. He could not estimate the strength of this little girl. Let's go. After keeping silent for a moment, Han Shoror suddenly spoke. He shot a cold glance at the hesitant Rugasi and said, "Give me some time. I will get to the bottom of this matter. My medicines will not have any problems. I can guarantee that. Don't leave." "He has injured so many divine guards," shouted a member of the House of Kisa who appeared out of nowhere. No one paid any attention to the member of the Sixth Corps. The divine guards stared at Rugasi and waited for his decision. At this moment, Han Shoror and Andrina had started walking towards the exit. However, they were on high alert, ready to deal with any attack from the House of Kisa at any moment. Rugasi stared at Andrina in silence for a long while. Suddenly, like a ferocious beast, he pounced at Andrina. This Rugasi was different from the person with the same name Andrina killed at Greenfire Swamp. He possessed early-stage high-god strength and cultivated in the energy of death. While in midair, Rugasi's face suddenly turned as pale as a sheet. His entire body shrunk and shriveled in an instant. A bone suddenly appeared in his hand after a flash of phosphorescence. Soon after, the domain of divinity of death enveloped him. The bone turned into a beam of ghostly light as it shot towards Andrina. Andrina, who was protecting Han Shoror, stared at Rugasi with a cold glint in her eyes. She felt that Rugasi did not know how to appreciate her kindness. In an instant, her body turned translucent like a crystal. Even her little dress started glowing. Before anyone could see what happened, intense energy fluctuations suddenly erupted from her body. It was as though a whirlpool had suddenly sprung out from her body and collided with Rugasi. Bang! In the dazzling light, there was an explosion. Rugasi had charged over at an extremely fast speed, but he retreated even faster. He landed on the ground in an instant with a face filled with disbelief. He turned to look at Andrina. The cold glint in her eyes grew even more intense. She stared fixedly at Rugasi and took a few deep breaths. Then, a dazzling radiance flashed from her body and she pounced at Rugasi once again. Andrina's attack was too fast. At this moment, Han Shoror was powerless to stop her even if he wanted to. Seeing that a battle of life and death was unavoidable, Han Shoror decided that he should call Akeley and leave the City of Shadows as soon as possible. At this moment, two silhouettes suddenly appeared out of nowhere and landed beside Rugasi in an instant. A loud rumble sounded from the dense darkness. By the time the darkness dispersed, 2 people were standing in front of Rugacy. Han Shor was already familiar with Endre. However, what surprised him was why Endre would appear at this moment. The other effeminate man wearing ink-black armor cried out in surprise, "How powerful! Who is this little girl?" Upon finishing those words, the man looked at Andrina with an astonished expression. Andrina took a deep breath and instantly retreated to Han Shor. She grabbed Han Shor and said in a low voice, "There are 3 of them. I haven't fully recovered from my injuries. I'm no match for them. Don't worry, they won't do anything," Han Shor consoled. He bowed from afar and said, "Greetings, Lord Endre, Lord Erebus." As soon as the effeminate man spoke, Han Shor could guess his identity. When Han Shor was trapped by Brovst, he had heard Erebus's voice. Therefore, he would always pay extra attention to such powerful figures. Therefore, when Erebus cried out in surprise, Han Shor immediately guessed his identity from his voice. Endre and Erebus were looking at Andrina in shock. They only came back to their senses when they heard Han Shor's greeting from afar. They nodded at Han Shor in greeting. Erebus smiled in a friendly manner. His effeminate face was filled with amusement. He nodded at Han Shor and said, "Thank you for your potion. It's truly a magical thing. What kind of *T magical potion is this? 2 members of my family have already been harmed by it. Erebus and Lord Endre, even if you are taking care of this kid, you have to give me justice," Rugacy said angrily as he panted heavily. It seemed that he had suffered a little in the fight with Andrina. "Brian, what's going on?" Endre had a very good impression of Han Shor, especially after he discovered that the little girl beside Han Shor was an unfathomably mysterious expert. He immediately raised the importance of Han Shor by a notch. 2 members of the House of Kisa have taken my potion. Something happened to them. I only took a look at one of them and discovered that there was another kind of potion in his body. I am certain that it is not from my Xuanji pharmacy. Before I could explain the situation, another member of the House of Kisa got into trouble. Rugacy insisted that it was related to my potion and refused to listen to my explanation. He planned to break my limbs and capture me, explained Han Shor. After Han Shor finished his explanation, Endre, Erebus, Rugacy, and the divine guards of the House of Kisa were looking at Andrina, who was holding hands with Han Shor. After a while, Endre let out a light cough and said to Rugacy, who was wearing a furious face, "There is something fishy about this matter. I believe that it has nothing to do with Blair. So many people in the City of Shadows have been fine after taking the potion. Even the divine guards of the House of Saint and Erebus are safe and sound. We can attest to this. From this aspect, perhaps there is something wrong with those 2 members of your family." "How is that possible?" shouted Rugacy. However, as Endre and Erebus had just saved him and the strength of the House of Saint was clear for all to see, Rugacy's words sounded a little lacking in confidence. When Rugacy saw the exchange of glances between Han Shor and Endre, he suddenly realized that he had misjudged one thing. Originally, he thought that Han Shor had a simple relationship with the House of Saint and that Endre and Erebus wouldn't disrespect him for a puny low god. But judging from the current situation, it was obvious that the 2 were protecting Han Shor. Rugacy had no choice but to reconsider. "I think we should first figure out the situation," Erebus suddenly said. "Brian, are you saying that the potion in this person's body is not what your pharmacy of Xuanji should have?" Endre asked Han Shor smilingly. He could also see through Rugacy's guilty conscience. "Definitely not. I am now certain that the pharmacy of Xuanji that this person consumed has either been tampered with or he lied and consumed some other potion," Han Shor said affirmatively. "Isn't there another person? Why don't we take a look at that person first?" Endre, who believed in Han Shor, immediately turned around and looked at Rugacy. "Bring his body over," under Endre's gaze, Rugacy unwillingly instructed. Soon enough, a body was carried over by the 6th Corps Divine Guards. Han Shor moved forward and carefully examined the body before he said with certainty, "There is another potion in this person's body. That potion is definitely not the same as my rejuvenation potion." "Hey, can you still talk?" Try to recall. Did anyone touch the potion in your hand? The feminine-looking Erebus suddenly squatted in front of the person whose body was convulsing. He looked at him with cold eyes and asked. Rugas's nephew appeared rather flustered under Erebus' gaze. His body slightly convulsed for a moment before he suddenly recalled something and said, Grego used this pharmacy of Xuanji to exchange for my rejuvenation potion. I heard from my uncle that Xuanji pharmacy is much more precious than the rejuvenation potion. Therefore, I made the exchange without hesitation. It seems that the rejuvenation potion that this dead divine guard consumed was also given to him by that man named Grego, right? Han Shuror put on a cold smile and suddenly asked. Where is that man named Grego? Erebus stood up, looked at Rugas, and asked. He was screaming just now, asking us to stop them. Where is he? Rugas turned around and looked at the divine guard beside him in puzzlement. He instructed, go look for him. Call him here. He should have nothing to do with this. He is a member of our House of Kisa. There shouldn't be any problems. Rugas was feeling uncertain when he said those words. It seemed that the current situation was telling him something. That's hard to say. Erebus chuckled. He shot a glance at Andrina, who was standing beside Han Shuror, and remarked, what an amazing little girl. A dozen or so minutes later, several divine guards rushed over with ugly faces. The leader of the divine guards hastily reported, My lord, Grego has disappeared. All the crystal coins in his room have been taken away. Rugas was no fool. His face immediately turned ugly and he angrily shouted, What is Grego doing? As a member of the House of Kisa, why would he be messing around at this time? Hurry up and find him. Rugas, I think this is your House of Kisa's fault. Andre's face turned cold and he softly groaned. This. Rugas was startled and immediately put on an embarrassed face. He turned to Han Shuror and said, That. Brian. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Brian, it's all right. Han Shuror put on a faint smile as though he didn't mind the matter at all. He stood up, bowed to Andre and Erebus, and straightforwardly announced, From today onwards, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will no longer do business with your House of Kisa. Upon finishing those words, Han Shuror pulled Andrina and walked out of the room. Rugas was filled with regret. He knew that he had made a grave mistake this time when he saw Han Shuror leaving. Chapter 719. Andre and Erebus put on a gloating smile and ignored Rugas. They immediately followed after Han Shuror and Erebus. The two were now filled with curiosity towards Angelina. They didn't understand how a little girl like her could possess such terrifying strength, and even more so didn't understand why she would follow Han Shuror so obediently. Therefore, they were anxious to clarify the situation. Outside the Kisa residence, Andre and Erebus had caught up to Han Shuror. When Han Shuror saw Andre and Erebus following behind, he slowed down his pace and smilingly said, Thank you for your help just now. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have been very difficult for me to walk out of the Kisa residence. Not at all. With such a powerful expert by your side, the Kisa residence wouldn't have had much of an advantage in a fight. Erebus swept a glance at Han Shuror before turning his attention to Andrina. He asked puzzledly, Young lady, what kind of energy did you use? Why have I never seen it before? Andrina glared at Erebus and coldly replied, None of your business. Ahem. Erebus let out two dry laughs in embarrassment. Andre, who was about to ask Erebus about it, tactfully did not pursue the matter. However, he still looked at Andrina with great astonishment. Andrina obviously did not have a good impression of the two. She only silently followed behind Han Shuror and paid them no heed. Brian, there is something fishy about what happened at the Kisa residence today. That youngster, as a member of the Kisa residence, dared to use your medicine to harm others. He must be targeting your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He might have been instigated by someone. You must be careful, Andre said after a moment of silence. Yes, this incident is obviously targeting me. I wonder who it is that wants to do this to me. Han Shuror nodded. He knew that Gale wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. Besides, He had no grudge against that youngster. He wouldn't do such a thing for no reason. Have you offended anyone recently? I mean apart from Avery. Avery hasn't been in the City of Shadows recently and I've been keeping an eye on the Fifth Corps every move. It shouldn't have anything to do with him. Andre bunched his brows and thought for a moment. He was rather puzzled. Hanshaw was taken aback. He stopped moving and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, Hanshaw had an idea and said, I've been to the Godswamp Pharmacy. The owner, Stice, wanted to do business with me, but we parted on bad terms. In the banquet hall of that alchemist, I got into an argument with an alchemist named Gu Li. Could it be that Gu Li? Phantom City's Gu Li? Erebus exclaimed softly. Soon after, he shook his head and explained, this Gu Li has an eccentric temperament. Although she is rather famous in Mirage City, she shouldn't have that much influence in our City of Shadows, right? Someone is trying to tarnish the reputation of my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. If my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were to collapse, who in the City of Shadows would benefit the most? Hanshaw mumbled to himself with his brows bunched. Suddenly, he bunched his brows and became suspicious of that Stice from the Godswamp Pharmacy. Hanshaw had a bad impression of that person. The reason why he didn't want to talk to him was because he felt that this person was too scheming. If something happens to your medicines, the ones who will benefit the most will be the pharmacies in the City of Shadows. You might not have noticed it, but the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's appearance has affected the businesses of all the major pharmacies in the City of Shadows. Among them, the Godswamp Pharmacy has suffered the greatest loss. Andre seemed to have realized something when he heard Hanshaw mumbling to himself. Hanshaw became even more puzzled after hearing Andre's words. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly put on a smile and said, I will have to trouble you two lords to look into this matter. I believe that you two lords will be able to find the cause of this matter. Don't try to drug us, kid. But I will keep an eye out. Andre replied smilingly. All right, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Hanshaw knew that Andre would definitely help him. Before he left, he asked, oh right, how is Carmelita? Don't worry, she has woken up and is recovering well. Andre's smile grew even more gentle when he saw how concerned Hanshaw was about Carmelita. Then I am truly relieved. Hanshaw waved at the two and left with Andrina. Andre and Erebus did not pursue them. After Hanshaw and Andrina were gone, Erebus said in a low voice, that young lady is no pushover. Even I have no confidence in defeating her in a real fight. Andre nodded in agreement and said, I didn't even realize her true strength the last time we fought her. If we hadn't arrived just in time, I'm afraid that Rugacy would have suffered greatly. What I am most curious about is that youngster Brian. Why is that young lady so dependent on him even though she is so powerful? And from the looks of it, that young lady only listens to him. This is really strange. Erebus bunched his brows. His heart was filled with doubts. We have plenty of time to figure out the situation. Fortunately, that youngster Brian seems to be more inclined towards our family. If that young lady completely listens to him, I believe it won't be a bad thing for us. Andre thought for a moment and said to Erebus, have you found Avery's whereabouts? Not yet, Erebus shook his head. Keep an eye on the Godswamp Pharmacy. I feel that there's something unusual about Brian, Andre said. Got it. That youngster's medicines are truly miraculous. I will have my men keep an eye on the Godswamp Pharmacy to see if they are behind this, Erebus said smilingly. It seemed that he was very curious about Hanshaw. Hanshaw did not return to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Hanshaw became suspicious and immediately began to take action. After Andre's reminder, Hanshaw suddenly realized that the rise of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the City of Shadows had seriously threatened the original pharmacies in the city. As the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows, the Godswamp Pharmacy had suffered the heaviest losses. Hanshaw knew that they would definitely take action. Stice's invitation to cooperate with Hanshaw could be considered as an action taken by the Godswamp Pharmacy. However, Hanshaw had flatly refused. Since soft tactics didn't work, it was only natural for them to use a little more forceful means to force Hanshaw into submission. As his suspicions grew, Han Shor immediately set his sights on the Godswamp Pharmacy. With the help of the demon generals in the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, Han Shor was blessed with many opportunities to secretly investigate. Soon enough, Han Shor and Andrina arrived at the area where the Godswamp Pharmacy was located. Han Shor found a shadowy area to hide in. After that, Han Shor released his demon generals and flew towards the Godswamp Pharmacy. "Huh! What's that?" Andrina suddenly let out a soft cry. Her eyes glistened with dazzling radiance. The silhouettes of several demon generals appeared in her pupils. Those demon generals refined by Cauldron Spirit could skillfully transform into their incorporeal forms. When Han Shor released them, he deliberately made them appear incorporeal. Only Han Shor, with his super-strong consciousness, could clearly see the traces of those demon generals. An average person wouldn't be able to detect them at all. Han Shor was careless and forgot about Andrina's mysterious strength. After Andrina let out a soft cry, the few demon generals quickly disappeared from Han Shor's vicinity. At this moment, Andrina's eyes were fixed on Han Shor. She asked in incomparable astonishment, Did those things come out from your body? I saw it clearly. Don't try to hide it." Han Shor felt a headache coming on under Andrina's fiery eyes. What exactly were those things? It's so strange. If we weren't so close to each other, I probably wouldn't have discovered them. How interesting. What exactly were they? Andrina was very interested. She shook Han Shor's arm with both hands and wore an excited face. "That's a strange life form. It's a kind of life form on our profound continent. It can be used to gather information," Han Shor explained to Andrina with a bitter face. He thought to himself, I must be careful when I'm with her in the future. This little girl's senses are way too sharp. This life form is so miraculous. It doesn't seem to have a physical body. It's like pure soul energy, and the energy isn't weak at all. By the way, why are they in your body? Are you also a strange life form? Angelina showed great interest in this matter and pestered Han Shor with questions. That's right. Why are they in your body? No, I'm just using a kind of container to store them. I can take them out to gather information when I need it. It's that simple. Don't ask any more questions. I still have things to do, Han Shor hastily replied. He then closed his eyes and pretended to be very busy. He ignored Andrina. The use of demon generals was far more than just gathering information. They could be used for sneak attacks, deployment of formations, assassination, concealment, and many other purposes. The demon generals refined by Cauldron Spirit, in particular, possessed immense strength. They were Han Shor's main helpers. Of course, these were all secrets that Han Shor would definitely keep. He would never tell Andrina about them. Andrina was about to continue asking, but when she saw that Han Shor had even closed his eyes, she knew that Han Shor didn't want to talk about it. However, she became more and more curious about Han Shor. Her gaze when she looked at Han Shor was filled with amazement. The Godswamp Pharmacy was the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows. Naturally, it was protected by boundaries. However, the Godswamp Pharmacy was just a pharmacy after all. Although it possessed extraordinary strength, it did not dare to show off in the City of Shadows. Therefore, the boundaries they set up were not particularly powerful. Therefore, the demon generals were able to easily sneak in. Han Shor's demon generals circled around a few buildings in the Godswamp Pharmacy and discovered that there were entire sets of medicine refining equipment. Many pharmacists were busy using the equipment in their hands to refine strange medicines. There were also some pharmacists of higher status who were arguing in a few rooms with flushed faces. Using his demon general's senses of sight and hearing, Han Shor discovered that they were merely discussing medicine refining techniques. They did not mention anything about the House of Kisa. One of the demon generals discovered Jiyu Li in Mirage City. Due to the gathering of pharmacists, Jiyu Li was still residing in the Godswamp Pharmacy. Han Shor treated Jiyu Li as a suspect. His demon general carefully observed Jiyu Li's every movement. He saw that Jiyu Li had an irritated face. She was flipping through thick medicine refining books and muttering to herself. When the demon general heard what she was muttering, he nearly laughed out loud. It turned out that Jiu Li was flipping through thick medicine refining books in search of the few medicinal ingredients that Han Shoror had casually mentioned in the banquet hall. Those medicinal ingredients weren't something that the people of this universe should know about. Even if they knew about those medicinal ingredients, they wouldn't have given them the same names. Han Shoror had only said those words to annoy Jiu Li. He did not expect that she would be so persistent. Just by looking at the medicine refining books scattered on the ground and Jiu Li's messy hair, Han Shoror knew that Jiu Li had probably been searching through those books for a long time. Ah! Jiu Li pulled her hair frantically and screamed like a madman, "That kid must be talking nonsense. That's impossible. If those medicinal ingredients really exist, there's no way I wouldn't know about them. He must be lying. He must be a liar." After yelling for a while, Han Shoror thought that Jiu Li would give up on this pointless method. He did not expect that after yelling for a while, she would pull out an even thicker medicine refining book and continue to read it. She lowered her head to look for the medicinal ingredients while cursing him in a low voice. Han Shoror, who originally loathed Jiu Li, was somewhat impressed by her tireless spirit. Jiu Li's character was indeed problematic, but Han Shoror could not help but admire her enthusiasm in studying medicine refining. It was no wonder that she could become the best medicine refining pharmacist in Phantom City. Based on her enthusiasm alone, Han Shoror believed that she must be a real talent. Because of this, Han Shoror immediately excluded Jiu Li from the list of suspects. A crazy woman like her who only knew how to refine medicine shouldn't have so many thoughts to deal with him. Moreover, judging from Jiu Li's appearance, Han Shoror guessed that she had not left this place for a long time. It was impossible for her to have the time to carry out any schemes. After excluding Jiu Li, Han Shoror focused on Stice. However, after searching the Godswamp pharmacy with his demon generals, they could not find Stice. This made Han Shoror feel a little strange. After thinking for a moment, Han Shoror dispersed his demon generals even more. This time, he no longer searched the obvious buildings but focused on some remote areas where boundaries might appear. 3 secret chambers with powerful boundaries were discovered by the demon generals. 2 of them had relatively weaker defensive boundaries. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shoror carefully controlled the 2 strongest demon generals to barge into the 2 boundaries. Everything went smoothly. The boundaries did not trigger any alarms or counterattacks. As soon as the 2 demon generals entered the 2 secret chambers, Han Shoror was immediately startled by what he saw. Inside one of the boundaries were many frozen organs. Most of those organs belonged to humans. Every single one of them was in good condition. Inside the other boundary were many low gods and base gods with weak strength. Several pharmacists with cold expressions were feeding some of the prisoners' medicines that were emitting green smoke. One of the base gods seemed to be unable to withstand the effects of the medicine and soon turned into a puddle of green blood. Han Shoror was shocked by what he saw in the 2 secret chambers. The methods used in the 2 secret chambers were illegal, especially the experiments on gods. The drugs used were clearly poisons. This was strictly forbidden by all dominions. Han Shoror did not expect that the Godswamp pharmacy would dare to disregard the laws of all dominions and conduct such a thing in the City of Shadows. The 2 secret chambers with relatively weaker boundaries had already produced such shocking scenes to Han Shoror. With that, Han Shoror became even more curious about the last secret chamber with the strongest boundary. Furthermore, Han Shoror was now very suspicious of the Godswamp pharmacy. When he thought about the abnormal situation at the House of Kisa, Han Shoror suspected that it was because of the poisons that one of the 2 had died and the other had regressed in strength. "What's wrong?" Andrina's voice suddenly sounded beside Han Shoror's ear. Han Shoror came to his senses. He turned to look at Andrina beside him, took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, Nothing. You don't look too good. Did you discover something?" Andrina asked in a concerned tone. "I'll tell you later. Don't talk to me for now." Han Shoror did not say much and closed his eyes again. No matter what illegal things the Godswamp pharmacy did, Han Shoror could not be bothered to ask. However, judging from the current situation, The Godswamp Pharmacy was the biggest suspect in what happened at the House of Kisa. Therefore, Han Shoror had to get to the bottom of the situation. The most powerful demon general arrived at the secret chamber with the strongest defense. The walls of the secret chamber were made of special materials. There were several boundaries on the walls that Han Shoror was not familiar with. Han Shoror was not confident that the demon general could break through the boundaries and see what was inside. Therefore, he was a little hesitant. I should be discovered. However, I can give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll retreat immediately. I believe they won't be able to find me anyway, Han Shoror thought to himself. After focusing his attention, Han Shoror ordered the demon general to enter. The demon general carefully clung to the wall and slowly broke through the boundaries. Only 2/3 of the way through the wall, a force suddenly chased after the demon general. Han Shoror was shocked. He immediately understood that the demon general had been detected by the boundaries. However, he did not order the demon general to retreat. Instead, he ordered the demon general to break through the boundaries as fast as he could. Pa pa pa. A series of crisp sounds came from the walls of the secret chamber. The demon general had successfully broken through the boundaries and entered the secret chamber. Brian, that guy must be someone. A white-haired old man with a jade-like face ordered Styles, who was kneeling on the ground. Before he could finish his sentence, he immediately noticed the abnormality of the boundaries and shouted. The demon general did not hear anything else. However, based on those few words, Han Shoror was sure that what happened at the House of Kisa must have something to do with the two people in the secret chamber. There was no time to inquire about what was going on in the secret chamber. The old man seemed to have sensed the demon general's location. Han Shoror ordered the demon general to retreat immediately. As soon as it entered the secret chamber, the demon general immediately received the order. Without any hesitation, it returned at an even faster speed. Anyway, its whereabouts had been exposed, so it was not afraid of making any noise. There was another series of pa 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 sounds. The demon general quickly broke through the boundaries and returned. At this time, the old man in the secret chamber had just gotten up and was about to chase after the demon general. Let's go. Han Shoror, who was outside, simply grabbed Andrina and quickly left while the Godswamp Pharmacy was in a mess. As soon as the demon general came out of the boundaries, it immediately flew into the sky. The old man seemed to have some misgivings. He looked up at the sky and did not chase after it. His expression was very ugly. Chapter 720. After returning to the secret chamber, Stice immediately asked, Master, did someone discover the situation here? I'm not sure. But something just penetrated the boundary. As for the other two secret chambers, I don't know if they have been discovered as well, the old man replied with uncertainty. Then what should we do? Stice was rather flustered. He said anxiously, if the House of Saint learns that we have been doing this behind their backs, we will not be able to escape from their pursuit. What are you panicking for? The old man chided. He slowly sat down, thought for a moment, and instructed, immediately move all the unclean things out of this place. I need to stay away for a while. Don't worry, even if the disturbance just now was caused by the House of Saint, I believe that they won't act rashly if they can't find any evidence. But according to my estimation, the intruders are definitely not from the House of Saint. Otherwise, they wouldn't have retreated. Based on the usual style of the House of Saint in the City of Shadows, if they were really from the House of Saint, they would have invaded by now. You are right, Master. I will make the preparations right away. Stice heaved a sigh of relief after listening to the old man's analysis. Go. Move all the unclean things out of those secret chambers as fast as you can. Don't alarm those pharmacists who are here to participate in the exchange, the old man nodded. Stice knew that the situation was urgent and immediately left the secret chamber to deal with the situation in the other secret chambers. At this moment, Jiyu Li from Mirage City was clutching her hair in frustration. She threw a thick book on medicine refinement to the side and cursed, that youngster must be spouting nonsense. There are no names of those medicines in the book. He must be lying. Liar. That scoundrel. I am going to find him and ask him, While muttering to herself, Ji Li left the VIP lounge. She did not care that it was already late at night. Ji Li softly cried out. She suddenly discovered that in the dark night, there were hazy shadows shuttling back and forth at high speed in the forbidden areas of the Godswamp Pharmacy. She initially thought that the Godswamp Pharmacy had been attacked by enemies. She was just a pharmacist and her strength was very limited. She was very afraid of death. After observing for a while, she found that the shuttling shadows seemed to be carrying something in several rooms. They seemed to be very anxious. At first, Ji Li did not pay too much attention to it. She thought that the Godswamp Pharmacy must have purchased some medicinal ingredients. Just as she was about to head to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to question Han Shoror, she suddenly heard a loud clang as though a glass container had been shattered. "Idiot, can't you be a little softer? If you're discovered, none of you will survive." A voice that was deliberately lowered came from that area. Ji Li was startled and paid attention to it. She cautiously approached the area and immediately smelled the sour smell of medicine. Ji Li knitted her brows and took 2 deep breaths before her face changed. She hurriedly took out a bottle of potion and swallowed it. "It's poison." Ji Li immediately identified the liquid that had seeped out of the broken glass container. As an old fellow who had been immersed in the art of medicine refinement for many years, although Ji Li had never studied poisons, she was very sensitive to the smell of some special potions. Ji Li's curiosity grew even more. However, she did not dare to approach this time. She took out several kinds of potions that she had meticulously refined and cautiously smeared them all over her body, completely concealing her scent. Even the energy waves in her body gradually stabilized. With that, Ji Li gained some confidence and continued to approach stealthily. It was late at night and everyone's vision was impaired. Those people were busy dealing with some unclean objects and did not pay much attention to their surroundings. Furthermore, Ji Li had used special potions to conceal her scent. Therefore, no one discovered that there was a person hiding in the darkness not far away. When Ji Li saw clearly what those people were carrying, she was so shocked that she almost cried out. She covered her mouth tightly and did not dare to look any longer. She slowly retreated. The trafficking of organs and the refinement of poisons were strictly prohibited activities in every dominion. Just like the god hunters, they were hated by everyone. Ji Li immediately understood what the Godswamp Pharmacy was doing after she saw what those people were carrying. Generally speaking, those who dared to dabble in these 2 fields would possess extraordinary strength. Once they were discovered, they would not leave anyone alive. Ji Li was well aware of this. She wisely retreated as soon as she sensed that something was amiss. "I can't stay in this place any longer. I didn't expect that the Godswamp Pharmacy, the largest pharmacy in the Darkness Dominion, would dare to commit such atrocities. I must take this opportunity to expose this matter to the public," Ji Li thought to herself. She retreated to the entrance of the Godswamp Pharmacy. "Why are you going out so late at night?" The divine guards at the entrance of the Godswamp Pharmacy recognized the eccentric Ji Li. They were baffled to see her leaving so late at night. I have something to do." If Ji Li had not witnessed the scene just now, she wouldn't have been so nervous. She might even have arrogantly ignored the divine guards and left with her head held high. But now, due to her guilty conscience, Ji Li's attitude was poles apart from her usual self. The divine guards found it rather strange. "Oh, please be careful, Senior Ji Li." Although the City of Shadows has always been peaceful, there might be bandits lurking at night. The divine guard did not know what Ji Li had seen and did not think much of it. He even reminded her out of goodwill. He thought to himself that Ji Li's temper was pretty good at night. I know. I will." Ji Li was rather timid and stuttered when she heard the divine guard mention that there might be bandits lurking in the City of Shadows at night. Ji Li was even more flustered when she heard the divine guard mention that bandits might lurk in the City of Shadows at night. Ji Li replied stutteringly and hastily. She did not dare to say anything more to the divine guard and hastily left. The Godswamp Pharmacy did not impose too many restrictions on the eccentric pharmacists. The divine guards did not stop Jiu Li from leaving. They were still chatting merrily as they watched Jiu Li leave. They were puzzled as to why Jiu Li was so agreeable today. Wasn't she usually ignoring them? As soon as Jiu Li left the Godswamp Pharmacy, she started running like crazy. The divine guards were even more baffled. Not long after Jiu Li left, a divine guard with a gloomy face walked out of the pharmacy. He came to the door and asked in a low voice, "Did someone leave just now?" "That's right. It's that Jiu Li who got into a big argument with Brian of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the banquet hall. That old hag has a very strange temper. But today, she looks very flustered as though she had seen a ghost," replied the divine guards at the door. The person who asked the question did not pay much attention to it at first. But after hearing those words, he seemed to have thought of something. His face suddenly changed and he hastily asked, "Where did she go?" "I think she went to the Saint residence." "What's the matter?" one of the divine guards asked. "No, nothing." The divine guard who asked the question knew what was going on. Without saying anything else, he quickly ran out of the pharmacy and chased after Jiu Li. He thought to himself, "Oh no, that old hag must have seen something. She must have informed the Saint residence about it." His judgment was correct. Jiu Li was indeed planning to do so. Although she had an eccentric temper and was very arrogant, she was still a relatively traditional pharmacist. She was very resistant to the practice of using living people to research poisons. Without giving it much thought, she immediately ran towards the Saint residence based on her memory. However, Jiu Li was, after all, just a pharmacist. She had never really put much effort into her cultivation. Not long after she started running, she heard a low and deep voice behind her, "Stay where you are. You are not allowed to leave the Godswamp Pharmacy today." "Oh no, I must have been discovered." Jiu Li turned pale with fright. Not only did she not stop running, she even ran as fast as she could. She thought to herself, "They must be here to silence me." When the divine guard saw that not only did Jiu Li not stop running, but she also ran even faster, he was certain that she knew what was going on. With that, the killing intent in his heart surged and he decided not to hold back anymore. Fearing that Jiu Li would attract the patrolling divine guards, he flew to the top of a tall building, took out a strange-looking crossbow, and aimed it at Jiu Li. After thinking for a moment, the divine guard smeared some poison on the crossbow. He planned to destroy Jiu Li's body immediately after shooting her. Whoosh! A cold radiance streaked across the night sky. As a pharmacist, Jiu Li was not a god who was good at fighting. When she heard the sound of the crossbow behind her, she was so frightened that she could only run as fast as she could. Poof! The crossbow bolt pierced Jiu Li's left shoulder and sent her flying. By the time she landed on the ground, she was already feeling dizzy. She immediately felt a numbing sensation in her shoulder. Jiu Li's face changed. She thought to herself, "I'm done for." The crossbow bolt was smeared with poison. "I'm dead for sure." The divine guard who shot the crossbow heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that it was fortunate that he smeared some poison on the crossbow bolt. Otherwise, the wound wouldn't have been fatal. The divine guard did not dare to linger any longer. He landed lightly on the ground and chased after Jiu Li. He planned to destroy her body to prevent the secret of the Godswamp Pharmacy from being exposed. It was at this moment that Han Shoror, who was flying towards the Saint residence with Andrina, suddenly heard the sound of crossbow bolts piercing through the air. Han Shoror was startled for a moment. He thought that the divine guard had been chasing them. A demon general nearby quickly arrived and saw Jiu Li's condition clearly. "Poison, poison," Jiu Li murmured in a muddle-headed voice. Her body was so numb that she couldn't move. Han Shoror was alarmed. Through the demon general, he saw a divine guard of the Godswamp Pharmacy chasing after Jiu Li at high speed. It was obvious that he was going to eliminate Jiu Li completely. Based on Jiu Li's explanation and the resolute killing intent of that divine guard, Han Shoror immediately understood that Jiu Li must have known something as well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said those words and those from the Godswamp Pharmacy wouldn't have dared to act so presumptuously. Just a moment ago, Han Shoror was worried about how he should explain to Andre and the others about the Godswamp Pharmacy. After all, The secrets of the secret chambers in the Godswamp Pharmacy could only be uncovered by demon generals. If Andre and the others were to ask, Han Shoror wouldn't be able to tell them. But now that Jiyu Li was here, Han Shoror felt that he would be less worried if she was the one to tell him. Although Han Shoror didn't like Jiyu Li very much, he could make use of her at this moment. Han Shoror immediately decided to save Jiyu Li. It was at this moment that the divine guard from the Godswamp Pharmacy arrived beside Jiyu Li. He took out a bottle of potion emitting green smoke and was about to pour it on Jiyu Li's body. Through the observation of his demon general, Han Shoror knew that the potion emitting green smoke could dissolve a god's body into green water. It was an extremely potent poison. As long as a single drop of the potion was poured on Jiyu Li's body, Han Shoror wouldn't be able to save her no matter how powerful he was. Although Han Shoror was quite a distance away from that area, he wasn't completely helpless because there was a demon general there. "Old fart, you've got quite the temper. You even yelled at me the last time. Humph, you actually dared to come to the Saint residence to inform? Let's see what you can do when you're reduced to a puddle of blood." That divine guard from the Godswamp Pharmacy seemed to have been treated badly by Jiyu Li as well. He muttered to himself and tilted the bottle of potion. All of a sudden, a phantom that resembled a demon hovering in the air suddenly appeared and collided with the green potion bottle. Clang! The bottle fell to the ground. The divine guard was startled by the sudden appearance of the demon general and hastily retreated. Before he could take out his weapon, the demon had already circled around him, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. If Donna happened to be here at this moment and saw this strange life form that had appeared in the Ninth Realm mystical yin harvester, she might very well suspect Han Shoror. That divine guard was completely clueless about the existence of the demon general. Since physical attacks were ineffective against the demon general, he was flustered. What are you? What the hell are you?" The divine guard cried out in alarm as he defended himself. Most of the demon generals evolved from low gods in Cauldron Spirit were evolved from low gods. None of them could be underestimated. The divine guard had no idea how the demon general attacked and could only retreat step by step. It was at this moment that Han Shoror was rushing to the divine guard's location. The man from the Godswamp Pharmacy was flustered by the demon generals. Seeing that he could not take advantage of the opportunity to destroy the corpses and erase all evidence, and that there might be divine guards patrolling the area, he did not dare to stay any longer. He hastily retreated before Han Shoror could arrive. He thought to himself, Jiyu Li has been poisoned. Given the level of poison concocted by the Godswamp Pharmacy, there shouldn't be anyone who can save her. It shouldn't be a problem as long as she dies, right? With that thought in mind, the divine guard quickly disappeared. Although the demon general could keep him occupied, it wouldn't be easy for it to kill him. Therefore, the divine guard had no choice but to let him leave. A few minutes after the divine guard left, Han Shoror arrived at Jiyu Li's location. Naturally, Andrina also came with him. Jiyu Li's face had turned green. The poison had invaded her cells. Han Shoror sent his demonic yuan into Jiyu Li's body to investigate. His face slightly changed as he was certain that the Godswamp Pharmacy was behind the incident at the House of Kisa. The poison in Jiyu Li's body was exactly the same as that of the divine guard from the House of Kisa who died after consuming the pill of rejuvenation. Han Shoror took out a detoxifying pill, stuffed it into Jiyu Li's mouth, grabbed her, and hurried to the Saint residence. That divine guard from the House of Kisa fell into Jiyu Li's hands after his death. Han Shoror couldn't treat him, but Jiyu Li discovered it in time. A single detoxifying pill was enough to heal her. With the Godswamp Pharmacy exposed, Han Shoror believed that they must be thinking of ways to remedy the situation. The sooner Andre learned of the situation, the faster they could control the situation. Han Shoror wasn't doing this to help the House of Saint, but for himself. Judging from the current situation, as long as the Godswamp Pharmacy wasn't removed from the City of Shadows, Han Shoror's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be his greatest rival. Judging from this incident, the Godswamp Pharmacy wouldn't let Han Shoror off the hook. Since the Godswamp Pharmacy had taken the initiative and threatened his interests, Han Shoror naturally had to do everything in his power to completely destroy the Godswamp Pharmacy. After taking the detoxifying pill, Ji Li's breathing gradually stabilized. Han Shoro secretly checked her condition with his demonic yuan and discovered that the poison in Ji Li's body was gradually being expelled from her body through her pores. With that, Han Shoro finally felt relieved. Why did you save her? Andrina was bewildered. She bunched her brows and asked Han Shoro, this woman has been hurling malicious words at you. Based on my understanding of you, it's already a blessing that you didn't take the opportunity to kill her. Why are you willing to save her? She is useful to me alive. Otherwise, we would have to spend a lot of time explaining the situation of the Godswamp pharmacy to Andre. Andre would also be suspicious of how we discovered the situation there. With her around, everything will be solved. If she wasn't useful to me, I wouldn't even take a second look at her, Han Shor explained. You are indeed a bad guy. Andrina giggled and said while pointing at Han Shor. Good people have short lives, bad people can wreak havoc for thousands of years, Han Shor casually remarked while carrying Ji Li. He then headed straight for the Saint residence with Andrina. Who goes there? The divine guards of the Saint residence were on high alert when they saw Han Shor approaching with a person in his hand in the middle of the night. I am Brian from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. I am looking for Lord Andre. It's urgent. Han Shor hastily replied. The divine guards all knew Han Shor. They admired this young man who had saved Carmelita's life twice. When they heard that Han Shor was in a hurry, one of them immediately said, Come with me, I will take you to Lord Andre. Han Shor was dragging a dying person to the Saint residence in the middle of the night. The divine guard dared not delay Han Shor's business. Poison. Concocting poison. Ji Li, who had consumed an antidote, slowly woke up from her coma. She mumbled vaguely on the way to Andre. She woke up just in time, Han Shor thought as he lowered his head to look at Ji Li, who was still thinking about the poison. He thought to himself, I won't waste any more time. Chapter 721. What's going on? Asked Andre in a puzzled face as he looked at Han Shor, who had come to visit in the middle of the night. Han Shor casually tossed Ji Li to the ground. She was slowly regaining consciousness, but it seemed that she had not figured out what was going on. Her brows were bunched and she was mumbling in a low voice. Just now, I went to the Godswamp pharmacy to ask about the situation. Little did I expect to run into people from the Godswamp pharmacy chasing after her. I heard her talking about the Godswamp pharmacy. She said that there are toxicologists who conduct experiments on living people. She also mentioned something about organs. I noticed that the poison in her body was exactly the same as the poison in the body of the divine guard from the house of Kisa. That was why I brought her to you, explained Han Shor after tossing Ji Li to the ground. What? Andre was startled. He softly cried out, You are saying that the Godswamp pharmacy is brazenly committing illegal acts? That's right. I don't know the specifics, but Ji Li is about to wake up. You can ask her about it, replied Han Shor. He wanted to draw a clear line between the matter and himself so that Andre would not think that Han Shor was trying to frame the Godswamp family. Andre suddenly landed beside Ji Li and covered Ji Li's head with his large hand. 2 puffs of black smoke slowly came out from Ji Li's nostrils. She immediately woke up and cried out in alarm, Godswamp pharmacy. Poison. Poison. Ji Li quickly saw who the people around her were. She was rather startled at first as she did not know why she was in this place. But when she saw that Han Shor was still around, she suddenly shrieked, You lied to me. Those medicinal ingredients that you mentioned are not in the pharmacological records. Are you lying to me? I am Andre from the House of Saint. What did you see in the Godswamp pharmacy? Asked Andre with a gloomy face. He had no time to care about the dispute between Ji Li and Han Shor. Ji Li was shocked. She finally understood the situation. Then, she screamed even louder, That's right. Tonight, I accidentally saw the Godswamp pharmacy moving some things. I discovered that they... Ji Li explained what had happened in a few words. Then, she said in a panic, I was shot by that person with a crossbow. There's poison on the crossbow. Why am I here? It was Brian who saved you. Andre replied impatiently. He then asked in a deep voice, "Is what you said true? Why would I lie to you? I saw it with my own eyes," Jiu Li affirmed. "Very well. I didn't expect the Godswamp Pharmacy to do such a thing right under our noses." Andre wore a gloomy face. He paced around the room and said to Han Shuo, "Thank you, Brian. I need to get to the bottom of the situation immediately. If the Godswamp Pharmacy is really going to do that, they will be removed from the City of Shadows after tonight. Lord Andre, I can go with you. The Godswamp Pharmacy might have moved those unclean things away. I am very good at locating things. Perhaps I can be of help to you." Before Han Shuo left, he placed a few demon generals on top of a few nearby buildings and secretly observed the process of those people moving. He had a good idea of the new location of those things. Andre had heard from Carmelita about Han Shuo's expertise in this field. He nodded in agreement and said, "Although the Godswamp Pharmacy won't be that fast, there's no harm in you tagging along. Let's go." It was obvious that Andre did not think that a mere pharmacy shop would have that much influence. It seemed that he wanted to grab a ready-made one as soon as possible. "Hey, brat, you saved me. Why did you save me? And I was clearly poisoned. Why am I fine? Don't tell me it was you." Jiu Li was still making a fuss. Han Shuo paid no attention to her. He casually replied, "A mere poison is nothing to me. You are a pharmacist, but you can't even handle such a small matter." I. Jiu Li wanted to say something, but Han Shuo had already left with Saint. Naturally, Andrina followed closely behind Han Shuo. Andre immediately mobilized his army. The House of Saint was a powerful force. Very soon, they had gathered nearly 100 family divine guards. Every one of them possessed mid-god strength. Andre used a magic crystal device to contact Erebus and asked him to lead the divine guards of the third core. The party rapidly headed towards the Godswamp Pharmacy. By the time Han Shuo, Andre, and the others arrived, they discovered that Erebus had already arrived with nearly 100 mid-gods of the third core. At this moment, they had surrounded the Godswamp Pharmacy. "My lords, what's going on? Why have you surrounded our shop in the middle of the night? Could it be that there's something wrong with those pharmacists who attended the banquet?" Many of the Godswamp Pharmacy's divine guards who were guarding the entrance were not aware of the actual situation in the Godswamp Pharmacy. In the City of Shadows, the House of Saint was the absolute ruler. It had been a long time since the House of Saint dispatched hundreds of divine guards at once. This meant that something major must have happened. Although the divine guards were panic-stricken, none of them dared to step forward to stop them. "Without my command, no one is to leave the Godswamp Pharmacy. Anyone who tries to escape will be killed on the spot." Andre's left eye had turned dark purple. He commanded the divine guards behind him in a cold and sinister manner. Without even looking at the Godswamp Pharmacy divine guard who spoke, Andre, Erebus, and Andre barged into the building. None of the Godswamp Pharmacy divine guards dared to stop them. "Take control of every building inside and block all the entrances. Don't let a single person leave." After entering the Godswamp Pharmacy, the effeminate-looking chief of the Third Corps, Erebus, immediately instructed the Third Corps divine guards beside him. Those Third Corps divine guards followed his order and spread out. Like ghostly shadows under a curtain of darkness, they flew towards different areas of Godswamp Pharmacy. Andre and Erebus each led a team of divine guards and headed straight for the largest building. Han Shuo and Andrina silently followed behind them. The dwarf Stice rushed over after hearing the commotion. He stood in front of the building in a flustered manner and asked, "Lord Andre, Lord Erebus, what's going on? Why did you come all the way to the Godswamp Pharmacy? Is there something wrong with our actions?" Stice, on the other hand, was very good at acting. Han Shuo couldn't find a single flaw on his face. He could see the panic on his face, but he couldn't detect his guilty conscience. After coldly sizing up Stice, Han Shuo immediately realized that this person wasn't an easy character to deal with. "Your Godswamp Pharmacy attacked Jiu Li, a visiting pharmacist, and used poison. Jiu Li said that your Godswamp Pharmacy hid divine organs and used living humans to refine poison. This is a grave matter. We had no choice but to come and get to the bottom of this, Erebus said in a deep voice. I'm being wrongly accused. Stice cried out in alarm. How could our Godswamp pharmacy do such a thing? We have always been law-abiding in the City of Shadows for so many years. We have paid the required crystal coins and have always acted according to the rules. How could we do such a thing? That Jiu Li must be holding a grudge against us for not helping her deal with Mr. Bryan of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. That's why she is slandering us. What a troublesome character. Andre came to a conclusion in his heart. This fellow seemed to have been prepared for this. His words were flawless. Andre's intentional exclamation also startled the alchemists from various cities who had come over for the exchange. One by one, they walked out of their rooms and came over to watch, their hearts filled with doubt. Just like Jiu Li, these pharmacists came from various cities in the Darkness Dominion. Some even came from the Death and Destruction Dominions. Pharmacists possessed extraordinary identities. If Andre were to arrest them without any evidence, the reputation of the City of Shadows would certainly be affected. If the gods of the various cities felt that the City Lord of the City of Shadows acted according to his whims, it would be detrimental to the City of Shadows' trade and other aspects. Although Stice's shriek seemed unintentional, it put Andre, Erebus, and the others in a very disadvantageous position. If they failed to find the culprit in the Godswamp Pharmacy, not only would they not be able to do anything to the Godswamp Pharmacy, they might even be blamed by all parties. With that, Andre and Erebus's hearts sank. They thought to themselves that this Stice was indeed treacherous. If we can prove that the Godswamp Pharmacy has nothing to do with this matter, rest assured, we will punish Jiu Li severely. However, this matter is of grave importance and we have to treat it with utmost caution. Please cooperate with us. As the number 2 character of the House of Saint, Andre was definitely not an easy character to deal with. He immediately blocked Jiu Li's path and pushed all the blame to her. He said that the poison was an extremely important matter and that his actions were not inappropriate. As citizens of the City of Shadows, we will naturally cooperate with you. My lords, please feel free to investigate. If there is anything wrong with the Godswamp Pharmacy, as the owner of the Godswamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows, I will immediately commit suicide as an apology, said Stice in a righteous manner. Anyone who didn't know better would not suspect that there was anything wrong with the Godswamp Pharmacy just by looking at him. Oh no, everything must have been moved away. Andre and Erebus exchanged glances with each other. Their faces immediately sank. Both of them were wily old foxes. After hearing Stice's fearless assurance, they knew that they wouldn't be able to find anything in the Godswamp Pharmacy. They had underestimated the Godswamp Pharmacy's capabilities. They did not expect that they could evacuate everything in such a short period of time. Search carefully. Andre and Erebus had no choice but to summon up their courage and give the order. As soon as those words were uttered, shadows flew out from the darkness. They shuttled back and forth between the buildings of the Godswamp Pharmacy like specters. My lords, we didn't find anything wrong here. My lords, we didn't find anything wrong here either. My lords, everything is normal. The shadows returned to Erebus and Andre's side and expressed that they had not found anything. My lords, we at the Godswamp Pharmacy have always done things according to the rules. We would never dare to do anything that would incur the wrath of man and God. Please, my lords, investigate this. Stice suddenly kowtowed on the ground and put on an aggrieved face. Upon finishing those words, he took out his space ring and said, My lords, if you don't believe me, you can check our space rings. If there is anything wrong, we, the people of the Godswamp Pharmacy, are willing to pay with our lives. Those divine organs had to be stored in ice. Some poisons also had to be kept at a special temperature. It was impossible for the temperature of the space ring to be different from one another. Therefore, there couldn't be anything in the space ring. Stice did all that just to prove that he was innocent. How could the Godswamp Pharmacy do that? The Godswamp Pharmacy has a good reputation in the Darkness Dominion. The City of Shadows must have made a mistake and acted recklessly. Really, I didn't expect that the divine guards of the City of Shadows would be so impudent. Aren't they accusing innocent people? Who would dare to sell their medicines in the City of Shadows in the future? Yeah, there's clearly nothing. Why would they come here in the middle of the night? I think Jiu Li is just talking nonsense. That old hag was humiliated the last time. Seeing that the Godswamp Pharmacy didn't back her up, she harbored a grudge and deliberately took revenge. That must be it. The surrounding pharmacists who had come from various large cities were discussing with sarcasm. These people were rather prestigious in their respective cities. Their remarks could have an immeasurable impact on the City of Shadows. Andre and Erebus put on bitter smiles in their minds. They felt that they were in a difficult position. The two had underestimated the power of the Godswamp Pharmacy. They did not expect that the Godswamp Pharmacy would be so powerful that it could remove all the unclean items in just an hour. My lords, you must be mistaken. Jiu Li harbors a grudge against us and has maliciously spread such malicious rumors. This is an unforgivable crime. Please uphold justice for us, my lords. Stice cried out in grievance. However, he was sneering in his heart. Do you really think that the Godswamp Pharmacy is just a small shop? This. Andre put on a bitter smile. He no longer dared to look down on this dwarf. After hearing Stice's words, he decided to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. He planned to return to the Godswamp Pharmacy and investigate the matter in secret. Lord Andre, I smell a very strange odor in the air. This odor contains traces of poison. I believe that Jiu Li is right. If Lord Andre trusts me, I can lead you to continue searching through these odors. Perhaps you will find something. Just as Andre and Erebus were about to step down from the stage, Han Shoror, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Impossible. What are you talking about? There's no smell of poison in the air. If there was, we would have smelled it long ago. There are so many pharmacists around and we didn't even notice it. Are you the only one who can do that? A pharmacist jumped up and criticized Han Shoror. That's right. You're still young. Don't spout nonsense at such a crucial time. Even if you want to be in the limelight, you should look at the situation clearly. Another pharmacist shouted angrily. Han Shoror said that he could smell poison in the air. However, none of the pharmacists present said anything. Didn't this prove that Han Shoror was better than all the pharmacists present? With that, the pharmacists were naturally unhappy. They jumped up and accused Han Shoror of spouting nonsense. Han Shoror was spouting nonsense. However, his demon king had already investigated the situation. It wasn't difficult for him to use this excuse to find the target. Saying that was purely an excuse to continue the operation. Fine. If you really find something unclean, my promise just now remains unchanged. I will still commit suicide as an apology. Stice naturally didn't believe it either. He had been looking for an opportunity to deal with Han Shoror. Now that Han Shoror had delivered himself to his doorstep, he was truly overjoyed. However, his face was full of anger as he roared, "But what if you slander me and can't find anything? I'm also willing to commit suicide as an apology," Han Shoror said decisively with a cold smile on his face. Brian. Andre was originally prepared to take the opportunity to step down. However, after hearing Han Shoror's words, he was somewhat uncertain. He had an extremely good impression of Han Shoror. He didn't want anything to happen to Han Shoror. Brian, don't mess around. Erebus was also concerned about Han Shoror. He anxiously winked at Han Shoror as a hint. Commit suicide as an apology. This was no joking matter. With so many pharmacists present and Andre and Erebus as witnesses, if Han Shoror couldn't find anything, nobody could change the situation. Suddenly, Han Shoror's left hand tightened. He lowered his head and found that Andrina was also looking at him cautiously. She shook her head at him, hinting at Han Shoror not to act recklessly. Fine. Our Godswamp Pharmacy is upright and not afraid of your slander. Go ahead and investigate. We will follow. As long as we can prove that this matter is related to our Godswamp Pharmacy, I will not shirk my responsibility. Stice laughed heartily after hearing those words. He appeared to be full of heroic spirit and was truly open and above board. This. Andre hesitated when he saw Stice's confidence. He didn't expect things to go out of control like this. He began to worry about Han Shoror. With that thought in mind, Andre looked worriedly at Han Shoror. However, he saw Han Shoror smiling confidently and nodding at him discreetly, indicating that he was confident. Andre, who was still hesitating, suddenly recalled the confident smile on Han Shoror's face. When Han Shoror asked everyone to leave before rescuing Carmelita at the Saint residence, Han Shoror also wore this confident and somewhat arrogant smile. For some unknown reason, perhaps because he recalled that Carmelita was safe and sound, Andre unexpectedly chose to believe in Han Shoror. Under everyone's gaze, Andre nodded and said in a deep voice, "All right, Brian, you lead the way. If you prove that you are spouting nonsense, I will not let you off easily." Andre did not say that he wanted Han Shoror to commit suicide as an apology. It was obvious that he was trying to protect Han Shoror. Stice sneered in his mind. How could he not see that Andre was trying to protect Han Shoror? However, after Han Shoror said those words in front of so many people, even if Andre didn't kill him, Stice believed that Han Shoror wouldn't have the face to continue living. Stice became even more excited when he thought that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, his greatest threat, would be eliminated tonight. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect things to be so interesting tonight. All I have to do is add fuel to the fire, and I believe that those pharmacists will spread rumors about the House of Saints' tyrannical and unreasonable conduct in every city. This will be in line with Master's desire to deal with the House of Saint. Master will be overjoyed. Everyone, follow me." Han Shoror sneered in his mind. He thought to himself, "If I don't screw with your Godswamp Pharmacy this time, I will remove your name from the City of Shadows. Then, I will prove that I'm better than all of you as a pharmacist. Who in the City of Shadows will dare to doubt my abilities in the future?" The party followed Han Shoror in a majestic manner, each with their own little plans, as they began the magical search. Chapter 722. In the dead of night, the group of divine guards who were patrolling from the Godswamp Pharmacy attracted the attention of even more divine guards. Some of those divine guards were from major family clans. When they saw that Andre and Erebus were in the group and hundreds of divine guards were dispatched, they immediately realized that something major had happened in the City of Shadows. Soon, the patriarchs of the other 4 major family clans received the news. None of them dared to lower their guard and sent experts from their family clans to spy on the situation. Soon, experts from the other 4 major family clans joined the search with all kinds of excuses. After learning what was going on, they followed the group and showed great interest in the matter. Andre and Erebus were having a headache. They had underestimated the power of the Godswamp Pharmacy. They did not expect that the situation would develop to such an extent. By now, the other 4 major family clans had secretly followed the group. As Han Shoror had announced that if Han Shoror couldn't find any evidence, even if Andre wanted to protect Han Shoror, he wouldn't be able to do so. Stice was not alarmed when he saw that the 4 major family clans had arrived. With so many witnesses, Andre and Erebus surely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. "Even the heavens are on my side. Brian, how much longer do we have to go?" Stice asked Han Shoror, who had suddenly stopped in his tracks. They were at a crossroad that led to 4 blocks. Han Shoror did not hurry forward but bunched his brows and pondered. Everyone's gazes were on Han Shoror, waiting for Han Shoror to make his move. This way, Han Shoror twitched his nose and pretended to sniff. He pointed at a street and led the way. Stice, who had been wearing a cold smile all this time, had a slight change in his expression. The items that he had moved were indeed in that direction. He felt that something was amiss. He must have guessed it. "Don't worry," Stice consoled himself. "Hey, Mr. Stice doesn't look too good. Are you getting scared?" Han Shoror had been secretly observing Stice. When he saw the slight change in Stice's expression, he immediately mocked. "Ha ha." Stice laughed and said, "Me? Scared? What am I scared of? You should be the one who's afraid." Han Shoror nodded with a smile and turned away from Stice. He said to Andre and Erebus, "Let's hurry up. It's almost daybreak. It's better to solve the problem as soon as possible." "Okay." Andre didn't know where Han Shoror got his confidence from, but he still nodded. Han Shoror suddenly sped up and headed straight for the dirtiest and most chaotic street in the City of Shadows. Andre, Erebus, and the others hastily followed behind him. Those from the major family clans also followed behind. Rugasi of the House of Kisa had heard the whole story after arriving. When he learned that the poison in Jiu Li's body was exactly the same as the poison in that divine guard of his House of Kisa, he started sizing up Stice with a gloomy expression. No one knew what he was planning. Jia of the House of Kinsun came with her uncle Faisley. Tuyas of the House of Bulla came with a small team of Bulla divine guards. These people were all secretly discussing the matter. Naturally, the topic of their discussion would always be Han Shoror. Those from the Lava's family were Han Shoror's old friends, Donna, and her brother, Dewey. As she heard that the matter was related to Han Shoror, she immediately rushed over. Dewey also felt that the atmosphere in the City of Shadows wasn't quite right lately and was worried about Donna. Is that youngster courting death? So many pharmacists couldn't sniff out the odor, but he can? Experts from all the family clans have gathered here. If he can't find any evidence, even Andre won't be able to protect him. Sister, you know him. Don't you think there's something wrong with his head? Dewey asked Donna beside him in a disdainful manner. With all 5 major family clans of the City of Shadows here, this matter was destined to become the hottest topic in the City of Shadows in the future. Of all those present, only Andre had some confidence in Han Shoror. However, he was still feeling apprehensive. He kept thinking about what he should do if Han Shoror couldn't find any evidence. He was having a huge headache. If there was one person among these people who truly had confidence in Han Shoror, it would be Donna. There's something wrong with his head. Donna sneered and shook her head. She said, if there's something wrong with Brian's head, then everyone who came here today is a retard. Including myself. Donna softly sighed when she saw Dewey's astonished face. She explained, I have known Brian for a long time. I know him better than any of you. Since he is so confident, he must be very confident. Brother, the Godswamp pharmacy is finished. No one can save them if they dare to do such a thing. I have long warned Uncle Avery not to get too close to the Godswamp pharmacy. I hope he won't drag our family clan into this. You trust him that much? How can you be so sure? Dewey's face was filled with disbelief. He softly cried out, this youngster is just a low god. Even if he is a pharmacist, how much can he accomplish at such a young age? Sister, have you lost your mind? This has nothing to do with strength. Just keep watching. Donna knew that Dewey wouldn't believe her no matter how much she explained. She paused for a moment before she added, perhaps Brian's strength isn't what we know. This fella isn't something that ordinary people can imagine. Sigh, how did we end up like this? All right, let's see how he conjures poison. Dewey sneered. The veins on Stice's forehead twitched. Sweat had unwittingly moistened the back of his lapel. As he got closer and closer to that area, the fear in Stice's heart intensified. At this moment, when Stice looked at Han Shoror again, there was no longer a trace of complacency in his heart. There was only boundless fear. How could it be? How could he know? It can't be. It must be a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Stice comforted himself over and over again. However, the sweat on his face increased and his footsteps became more unsteady. All right, this should be the place, Han Shoror said in a low voice when he arrived in front of a few dilapidated buildings. Stice's body swayed and he nearly fell on his butt. When he raised his head to look at the buildings that seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, the fear in his heart intensified. Hey, Mr. Stice, you seem to be sweating. Hey, the weather is very cool. It can't be that hot, right? Besides, you are also a low god. How could you be affected by this kind of weather? Han Shoror cried out in astonishment. He pointed at Stice as though he had discovered a new continent. When the crowd followed Han Shoror's gaze, they immediately discovered that Stice was behaving strangely. The eyes of those old foxes were getting weirder and weirder. I have been studying medicine refinement and have neglected my cultivation for a long time. Everyone is walking too fast and it is rather strenuous for me to keep up. That's why I'm sweating. It's normal. Stice hastily explained with a somewhat forced smile. This was the poorest street block in the City of Shadows. Those living in the vicinity were the most impoverished gods. Most of them were base gods or demigods. Their strength was meager. Anyone with a little bit of wealth would not come to this place. The disciples of major family clans would even less so because this place held no attraction for them. As far as the eye could see, the buildings here were dilapidated. No one was cleaning up the garbage and dirty water. The air was filled with a sour stench. Beautiful women such as Donna and Gia were covering their noses with one hand and waving the other around. It seemed that they were very fed up with this place. Brian, everyone is looking at you. Hihi, can you hurry up? Gia urged with a big smile on her face while covering her nose with one hand. Those who didn't know her might think that she had some kind of relationship with Han Shor. This caused several disciples of major family clans who admired her to glare fiercely at Han Shor. That's right, I'm also looking at you. Stice forced a smile and also urged Han Shor. He also covered his nose with one hand to conceal the fear on his face. He mumbled to himself, how did you find such a place? It's too filthy. Let's just admit defeat and leave this place as soon as possible. I don't think anyone can wait any longer. So what if I found the place? This place is covered with layers of concealment boundaries and is buried deep underground. There's no way you can find the entrance. Stice encouraged himself. He was afraid that if he didn't do so, others would see through his lies. No hurry. We can wait. Hee. I can stay here even if the environment is 10 times dirtier. Erebus had long noticed the strange expression on Stice's face. That's right. We can wait as long as we can prove it. Rugis's voice was ice-cold as he said fiercely. He looked at Stice with eyes full of savagery. After arriving here, many people could see that Stice was behaving strangely. Their faces turned gloomy as they waited in silence. Mr. Stice, do you think that the things are hidden underground and I can't find them? After arriving at this place, Han Shor had completely relaxed. He looked at Stice smilingly and slowly tortured him. Nonsense. Stice was startled. He put on a fierce front and said with a strange smile, are you deliberately stalling for time? Lord Andre, Lord Erebus, please look after him. Han Shor nodded at Andre and Erebus, intentionally sighed, and said in a pitiful tone, as pharmacists, instead of spending your energy on saving people, you spend it on killing and harming others. You will be punished for your actions that incur the wrath of man and God. You. Stice pointed at Han Shor. It was unknown whether he was afraid or angry. He couldn't finish his sentence. There's a large pharmaceutical warehouse 30 meters underground. I'll have to trouble you 2 lords to help me. Han Shor bowed at Andre and Erebus and said with a smile. Plop. Stice fell on his butt. He no longer had any confidence. Han Shor had accurately said that 30 meters underground. Stice knew that he was done for. He was also afraid of death. When he knew that he was about to face death, all the perseverance he had built up along the way was instantly destroyed. He couldn't bear it anymore. As matters stood, there was no longer a need to investigate further. Just by looking at Stice's helplessness and fear, anyone with eyes that weren't blind would know the truth. Seize him. Andre shouted. Several divine guards swarmed over and immediately restrained Stice. Everyone from Godswamp Pharmacy, stay where you are or you will be killed. Erebus shouted in an ice-cold and merciless voice. Impossible. You can't possibly smell it with your nose. I have cleaned it all up. None of the pharmacists there could have done it. Stice cried out in despair as he looked at Han Shor. He knew that he couldn't escape death. You are talking about them? Han Shor pointed at those pharmacists who had been following him. He sneered and said, they are all mediocre. I've told you before that these so-called pharmacists' gatherings are just a bunch of people with undeserved reputations. You. Those pharmacists who had opposed Han Shor earlier were so infuriated that they nearly vomited blood. They pointed at Han Shor but couldn't say a word. Han Shoror had proven that he could smell poison just by relying on his nose, and from such a great distance. In this aspect, he had already proven that his skill was clearly superior to anyone else's. Those pharmacists were pointed at their noses and scolded, but because the truth was right in front of them, they simply couldn't find any words to refute. Those from major family clans in the City of Shadows looked at those pharmacists with gazes full of disdain. Some of them even said in a low voice, "All of them are so weak and yet they are shameless enough to participate in a pharmacists' conference. Sigh, there are so many shameless people. Yeah, they don't have any real skills. In the future, we will just have to buy medicines from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As for the other shops, hey, it's fine even if we don't go. Maybe they will sell poisons like the Godswamp Pharmacy." Another person chimed in. We're done for by the Godswamp Pharmacy." All the pharmacists were panic-stricken. When they saw the disdain on the faces of the members of major family clans, they realized that they could no longer stay in the City of Shadows. Be it the pharmacists in the City of Shadows or those who came from other cities to participate in the conference, under the disdainful gazes of the crowd, all of them turned around and left in shame. They vanished in the blink of an eye. Not a single one of them dared to stay and be humiliated. Did you see that? Donna glanced at Dewey, who wore a face full of disbelief, and said in a soft voice, How is this possible? How did he do it?" Dewey's eyes were filled with shock when he looked at Han Shoror again. There was not the slightest trace of disdain in his eyes. "I tried my best to recruit him into my family clan from the very beginning. You all thought that I was giving him face. Little did you know that I was begging him. Now you know his value, don't you? But it's too late. Otherwise, if he had joined our family clan, our House of Lavas would surely be much stronger than the other 3 major family clans. It's too late for regrets now." Sigh. Donna let out a long sigh. Dewey was a little embarrassed. He had thought that Han Shoror was deliberately trying to curry favor with Donna and desperately trying to join the House of Lavas. He had seen too many people like Han Shoror. Therefore, he did not have a good attitude towards Han Shoror from the very beginning. It was only at this moment that he realized that he was wrong, gravely wrong. It was a pity that Han Shoror did not refine medicine of regret. Otherwise, Dewey would have been willing to buy it at a high price. Chapter 723. At the first glimmer of dawn, Andre and Erebus broke through 7 layers of barriers in a row and finally found the underground tunnel. The divine guards that the two brought with them pounced towards the underground tunnel like hungry wolves. Soon enough, they captured 15 pharmacists who refined poisons. Naturally, all the dirty things that were transferred over were seized. Having been caught red-handed, Stice was unable to defend himself. He knew that he would not be able to escape death, so he hung his head and did not say a word. "So it was you who did this. You have destroyed my friendship with Mr. Bryan. You deserve to die," Rugasi said through gnashed teeth as he looked at Stice coldly. It was because of the Godswamp Pharmacy that Han Shoror had a very bad impression of the House of Kisa. Now that Han Shoror had proven that he was better than any pharmacist, no one dared to doubt the effectiveness of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. At a time when everyone was fighting for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Rugasi had offended Han Shoror because of the Godswamp Pharmacy. The rage in his heart was uncontrollable. If it weren't for Andre and Erebus, Rugasi would have killed Stice. The members of the major family clans who came to watch felt that the trip was not in vain. When they saw with their own eyes the frozen glassware being carried out from the underground tunnel, their faces turned ugly. The Godswamp Pharmacy had committed such an atrocity right under their noses. Not to mention that each of the 4 major family clans had a chief of divine guards. This was a slap to the faces of the 5 major family clans. "Stice, what do you have to say now?" Andre glared at Stice and coldly shouted. "Now that things have come to this, I have nothing to say." Stice knew that he would not be able to escape death. He took out a dagger glittering with cold light and was ready to commit suicide on the spot. Clang! Andre flicked his index finger. A dark light flashed and the dagger flew out of Stice's hand. "Before we get to the bottom of the matter, it won't be that easy for you to die." Andre coldly groaned and shouted, Capture him and put him on death row. Erebus too waved his hand. The divine guards of the Third Corps rushed out. Not only did they capture the toxicologists, they also captured those experts from the Godswamp Pharmacy. "Brian, I owe you another favor," said Andre smilingly to Han Shoror after seeing that all the experts from the Godswamp Pharmacy had been captured. "It's only right. I didn't think too much about it when the Godswamp Pharmacy attacked me first. How could I have known that they would do such atrocities behind my back?" Han Shoror was in a great mood. The Godswamp Pharmacy was done for, and he had seized the opportunity to make a name for himself. From now on, all the major family clans in the City of Shadows would know which pharmacy was the best. "Everyone, this matter has come to an end for now. Please return." Andre smiled and informed everyone. Then, he said in a low voice, "Wait for a while. I have something to tell you later." Han Shoror didn't understand what Andre meant. He nodded in puzzlement and stayed. After Andre called out to him, the experts from the large family clans in the City of Shadows bid farewell to him smilingly. They were even more impressed with Han Shoror's pharmaceutical refining skills. Before leaving, they tried to befriend Han Shoror in a very friendly manner. They only left contentedly when Han Shoror expressed that he would provide them with new medicines. Brian, I'm really sorry that we didn't get to the bottom of the matter. You are a magnanimous person and do not hold a grudge against a lowly person. This." Rugasi came to Han Shoror's side awkwardly and said while rubbing his hands, "Although I'm not a person who holds grudges, I'm definitely not in a good mood after what happened just now. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in doing business with your family clan for the time being." Han Shoror shrugged and said without the slightest politeness. Rugasi knew that he had to take things slowly. He had just offended Han Shoror during the day and Han Shoror must still be furious. It seemed that he couldn't afford to be impatient. With that thought in mind, Rugasi had no choice but to put on a flattering smile and persuade Han Shoror in every possible way before leaving with his men. Donna and Dewey were the last to leave. After those people left, Donna looked at Han Shoror as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. After pondering for a moment, Donna decided not to say anything to salvage the relationship between the two. She looked at Han Shoror, sighed softly, and left with Dewey. Han Shoror understood that Donna still suspected that he was the one who killed Cage and Dewey. He too sighed in his heart and did not say anything. However, Dewey, who used to be very arrogant and haughty towards him, nodded at him with a smile. It was as though he was expressing goodwill towards Han Shoror. This surprised Han Shoror a little. "Erebus, escort these people back to the Third Corps. I will go over after I have a few words with Brian," Andre said to Erebus smilingly. Erebus nodded, walked to Han Shoror's side, patted on Han Shoror's shoulder, and softly said, "Youngster, you are quite interesting." Upon finishing those words, Erebus led his divine guards and escorted those from Godswamp Pharmacy away. Although Erebus could be considered a member of the House of Saint, he was not a member of the House of Saint and had no blood relationship with Andre. He was an expert recruited by Wallace with his own strength and means. In the City of Shadows, Erebus could be considered a tyrant. But in the end, he was just a high-grade divine guard of the House of Saint. Although he only answered to Wallace, he still had to heed Andre's orders. Soon enough, Erebus and his group of divine guards escorted those from Godswamp Pharmacy away. A portion of those divine guards who had followed Andre from the Saint residence had also left. The remaining 30 or so divine guards were scattered all over the city, secretly protecting Andre. "Lord Andre, what can I do for you?" Han Shoror was rather puzzled and asked. "You have saved Carmelita twice and this time, you have helped us uncover the evidence of the Godswamp Pharmacy's crimes. I haven't been able to find the opportunity to thank you. Now, I finally have the chance," Andre said in a gentle smile. Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment before he shook his head and smilingly replied, "Lord Andre, what are you talking about? It was all thanks to Lord Andre and Miss Carmelita that I was able to establish the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the City of Shadows so quickly. There are some things that I will remember even if you don't mention it. My lord, you don't have to thank me specifically." "Of course," Andre replied smilingly. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "After this incident, the Godswamp Pharmacy is completely finished. According to the rules, all the buildings and properties owned by the Godswamp Pharmacy will be confiscated. Although the Godswamp Pharmacy's foundation in the City of Shadows has been destroyed, their buildings and medicine refinement equipment are still very valuable. There are hundreds and thousands of medicine refinement equipment and a large number of medicine refinement books in those buildings. These are enormous resources for any pharmacy." Han Shuor's heart skipped a beat. He could hardly contain the excitement in his heart. He cried out in surprise, "Lord Andre, you mean?" Andre nodded and said, "The House of Saint doesn't know how to refine medicine. Those resources are useless to us. They will be auctioned off to other pharmacies sooner or later. Rather than letting someone else take advantage of you, for example, your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has already made a name for itself. As long as you take over some of the resources from the former Godswamp Pharmacy, I believe it will only be a matter of time before the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy becomes the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows." Han Shuor finally understood the wonderful meaning of the saying, "It's always cool under a big tree." Although the Godswamp Pharmacy was completely finished, the Godswamp Pharmacy occupied an enormous amount of resources in the City of Shadows. Not only in the City of Shadows, but also in many of the forts and towns under the City of Shadows. If Han Shuor were to change the name of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would become the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows overnight. What did it mean for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to take over all the resources of the Godswamp Pharmacy? It was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Under normal circumstances, it would take Han Shuor 10 years or even 100 years for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to reach the level of the Godswamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. But with Andre's help, the time needed would be shortened by at least 100 times. How could Han Shuor not be excited? This is too valuable. Han Shuor rubbed his hands and did not know what to say. Who asked you to prove in front of those fellas that you are better than all pharmacists? Just you wait, those fellas will immediately spread what happened tonight to the entire City of Shadows. This is the best publicity. The Godswamp Pharmacy's reputation is completely ruined. Only by accepting the Godswamp Pharmacy can those resources be put to good use." Andre said smilingly, "Lord Andre, since you have put it that way, I shall not stand on ceremony." "Thank you." Han Shuor bowed respectfully. "I will go back and inform my elder brother. When everything is settled, I will let you know. Also, prepare a sum of crystal coins. We still need to collect some crystal coins to prevent our family members from gossiping." Andre thought for a moment and continued, "Not too much, just a few tens of thousands of black crystal coins. We can talk about it later." Those few buildings of the Godswamp Pharmacy were worth at least 1 million black crystal coins. Adding the pharmaceutical information and the branches all over the City of Shadows, the total value would be no less than 5 million black crystal coins, but judging from Andre's words, he would not ask Han Shuor to fork out that much gold coins. This was like a pie falling from the sky. "Got it." Han Shuor nodded with a silly smile. "Also, you have offended more than half of the pharmacists in the City of Shadows today. Those pharmacists from the Godswamp family will hate you to the bone. Those pharmacists who have nothing to do with this matter, even if they are acquitted, they will not work for you. The Godswamp Pharmacy is too big for you to handle alone. You will need a lot of talents. You will have to solve this problem by yourself," Andre reminded. Han Shuor could not help but smile bitterly after hearing those words. He started to get a headache. What happened today would surely spread throughout the City of Shadows. Most of the people in the Godswamp Pharmacy were not involved in the business of selling poison. Therefore, they would not be punished by the House of Saint. However, to many of them, Han Shuor was an enemy of the Godswamp Pharmacy. It would be a huge problem for them to work for Han Shuor. The Godswamp Pharmacy had a huge foundation and needed a lot of pharmacists and all kinds of talents. If Han Shuor could not handle all of this, even if he obtained all the resources from the Godswamp Pharmacy, he would not be able to develop the Godswamp Pharmacy well. What a headache. Han Shuor was feeling both pain and happiness. He had started to rack his brain for a solution. Andre patted Han Shoror's shoulder and said with a smile, "You'll have to think of a way on your own in this regard. I can't help you. Who told you to offend all the pharmacists in a moment of excitement today? You youngster, you are good at everything but you can't stand being bullied. How could I have known that you would hand over the remaining assets of the Godswamp Pharmacy to me? If I had known, I would have swallowed my anger." Han Shoror sighed and forced a smile. "All right, I'll be leaving now. I really can't help you with the matters regarding pharmacists. After all, we can't force them to do these things. You just have to put in more effort. At most, you can train your own pharmacists. With your skills, you think no one will be willing to come and learn from you?" Andre laughed and left with a group of divine guards. "I have to really know how to refine medicine," thought Han Shoror. He was starting to worry about such a huge foundation. "You have struck it rich." Andrina, who would usually remain silent when there were outsiders around, immediately started to congratulate Han Shoror after everyone left. "Yes, I have struck it rich. But I have to take care of things first. Otherwise, I won't be able to prosper even if I have enormous resources but no one to use them," said Han Shoror mischievously with a big smile on his face. In his heart, Han Shoror was very excited. Compared to the sudden profits of a snake swallowing an elephant, this difficulty was totally worth it. "Don't think I can't tell," said Andrina disdainfully. But soon after, she giggled and said excitedly, "You are going to make a lot of money this time. I won't have to worry about not having enough crystal coins in the future, right?" Han Shoror's face darkened. He hastily said, "You still have to control yourself. No amount of crystal coins will be enough for you to eat the way you eat, but I can guarantee that you will eat more than you do now, provided that I can earn enough crystal coins." "Hihi, I believe you. It seems that I have followed the right person," said Andrina happily. The sky was completely bright. Han Shoror and Andrina chatted as they walked. Very soon, they returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After entering the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he felt that it was too small no matter how he looked at it. When he thought about the enormous amount of resources he would soon possess, he was both excited and vexed at the same time. 5 days in a row, the entire City of Shadows was talking about what happened that night. As expected, Han Shoror's reputation surpassed that of all pharmacists. He became the well-deserving #1 pharmacist in the City of Shadows. Many people knew about him. The Godswamp Pharmacy was temporarily shut down. All the pharmacists were interrogated. Andre arrested some and released some. Many of those who came to the City of Shadows to attend the conference left the City of Shadows one after another after being humiliated by Han Shoror. Meanwhile, Han Shoror was busy recruiting pharmacists. With Anito's help, recruitment scrolls were posted at various conspicuous places in the City of Shadows, attracting the attention of many. However, as Han Shoror had offended almost all the pharmacists in the City of Shadows, not a single person showed up after posting the recruitment scrolls. Naturally, those pharmacists from the Godswamp Pharmacy did not have a good impression of Han Shoror. They started spreading rumors that Han Shoror acted alone and considered everyone beneath him. Han Shoror's recruitment efforts suffered a great setback. There were those who were interested in the art of medicine refinement who came to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, hoping to be apprenticed to Han Shoror. However, as Han Shoror knew nothing about medicine refinement, there was no way he could teach anyone. He might even expose himself. Therefore, all of them were turned down. After a few more days, there was still no proficient pharmacist. Han Shoror began to have a headache. Seeing that Han Shoror was at his wit's end, she advised, "Don't worry, just wait a little longer." How unlucky. Andrina was also very concerned about the matter. In order to gobble up more crystal coins, she had been busy posting recruitment scrolls with Anito. She advised when she saw that Han Shoror was at his wit's end. "It's all my fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't have offended so many pharmacists." How unlucky. Han Shoror was having a headache. He felt as though he had come to a mountain of gold but did not bring his space ring with him. Seeing that Andre was about to finish dealing with the Godswamp Pharmacy and that the enormous Godswamp Pharmacy would soon be Han Shoror's, Han Shoror felt aggrieved. Akeley was just as concerned about Han Shoror's affairs. Unfortunately, he could not be of any help to Han Shoror in this matter. All he knew was to bring up the idea of abducting a pharmacist. After being scolded by Han Shoror for a bit, Akeley calmed down and no longer cared about what Han Shoror was up to. This isn't going to work. Han Shoror sighed again. Han Shoror only knew how to refine medicinal pellets. However, his ability was limited. In addition, medicinal pellets were extremely expensive and not many people could afford them. Therefore, the Godswamp Pharmacy's ordinary medicines were the key to making money. Han Shoror had long recognized this point. Therefore, he definitely needed experienced pharmacists. Ahem. A voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Then, the eccentric Jiyu Li slowly walked in. Han Shoror, who was originally delighted, immediately turned gloomy when he saw Jiyu Li. He said with a cold face, "What are you doing here?" Han Shoror had been in a bad mood recently. He had no interest in fooling around with Jiyu Li. He stood up and was about to chase her away. "Aren't you recruiting pharmacists?" Jiyu Li asked puzzledly as she pointed at the recruitment scrolls in front of the door. "Yes. But what does that have to do with you?" Han Shoror did not seem to be in a good mood. "Do you think I can do it?" Jiyu Li asked cautiously. Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment. He asked, "You mean, you want to join our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" "That's right. I have heard about what happened last time. You are indeed an amazing pharmacist. I apologize for my rashness back then and thank you for saving my life. I am here in the hope of learning some medicine refinement techniques from you. I hope that you will grant me my wish." Jiyu Li bowed respectfully and said in a serious manner. Isn't your business in the City of Shadows? I heard that you have a lot of apprentices. Are you willing to stay in the City of Shadows?" Han Shoror's heart skipped a beat. "As long as I can learn more about medicine refinement, I am willing to pay any price. As for my apprentices, if you don't mind, can they all join the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" Jiyu Li asked. "Of course, why not? That's great." Han Shoror was just worrying about not being able to find anyone. He was overjoyed when he heard Jiyu Li's offer. Although he was having a headache about how to teach Jiyu Li medicine refinement techniques, he couldn't care less at this point in time. Chapter 724. Time flew by and another half a month had passed. The Godswamp Pharmacy was rather influential in the Darkness Dominion. Although the Godswamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows had been completely destroyed, the House of Saints' control over the Godswamp Pharmacy was limited to the City of Shadows and its vassals. In the Darkness Dominion, there were 7 cities of the same scale as the City of Shadows. The Godswamp Pharmacy's headquarters was located in Hushvale City and the House of Saints' influence was limited to the other cities. The true master of the Godswamp Pharmacy blamed Stice for everything that happened in the City of Shadows. He claimed that he knew nothing about it and that it was Stice who made the decision on his own and that it had nothing to do with the Godswamp Pharmacy. In addition, he strongly condemned the House of Saints' actions and claimed that the House of Saint had no right to confiscate all the Godswamp Pharmacy's resources in the City of Shadows. He demanded that the House of Saint return everything to him. However, Andre obviously wouldn't listen to him. He posted notices in every district of the City of Shadows, spreading the Godswamp Pharmacy's actions throughout the City of Shadows. He also stated that Stice had admitted that the master of the Godswamp Pharmacy was aware of everything that happened in the City of Shadows. Andre not only took back some of the City of Shadows' resources and shops, but also requested the City Lord of Hushvale City to take down the master of the Godswamp Pharmacy. All kinds of rumors rapidly spread throughout the Darkness Dominion. The dispute between the House of Saint and the Godswamp Pharmacy became the hottest topic in the entire Darkness Dominion. The Godswamp Pharmacy's pharmacy shops in the Darkness Dominion were greatly affected during this period. However, the owner of the Godswamp Pharmacy was obviously not an easy character to deal with. Although the Godswamp Pharmacy's business had been affected, the owner had acted promptly and distanced himself from the incident in the City of Shadows. As a result, the Godswamp Pharmacy was not persecuted by the authorities in the major cities. From this aspect, it could be seen that the Godswamp Pharmacy had quite an impression of the Darkness Dominion. Although the House of Saint was very powerful, they could only do whatever they wanted in the cities under their jurisdiction. They were powerless in the other cities. As time went by, the war of words between the House of Saint and the Godswamp Pharmacy gradually died down. Naturally, the House of Saint would not hand over their resources. They also made it clear that they would not allow any important figures of the Godswamp Pharmacy to enter the City of Shadows. The master of the Godswamp Pharmacy, on the other hand, spread malicious rumors about the House of Saint, saying that the House of Saint was tyrannical and domineering, and that they had seized the opportunity to annex the Godswamp Pharmacy's business in the City of Shadows. All kinds of discussions were going on in the major cities of the Darkness Dominion. One of the names was remembered by many, the genius pharmacist, Brian. The one who benefited the most from the war of words between the House of Saint and the Godswamp Pharmacy was undoubtedly Han Shoror. Following the spread and exaggeration of the incident that night, Han Shoror, a fake who knew nothing about alchemy, suddenly became known as a genius alchemist. The City of Shadows had no shortage of rumors about Han Shoror's miraculous medicinal pellets to begin with. Riding on this wave of rumors, the reputation of Han Shoror's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and Han Shoror himself rose to a new height. Not only did Han Shoror become the best pharmacist in the City of Shadows, but many people in the Darkness Dominion also recognized Han Shoror as a young genius pharmacist. With that, the problem that had been troubling Han Shoror for a long time was easily solved. With the deliberate efforts of certain people, the news that Han Shoror was recruiting skilled pharmacists spread throughout the Darkness Dominion. Although those pharmacists who left the City of Shadows spared no effort in slandering Han Shoror for being domineering and unreasonable, there were still many pharmacists like Jiu Li who were obsessed with the art of medicine refinement. They paid no heed to Han Shoror's temperament and traveled thousands of miles to the City of Shadows from various cities just to enter the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. These pharmacists who were willing to put up with Han Shoror's irascible and exaggerated temper were basically people of genuine ability. With Jiu Li, who was very familiar with the medicine refinement industry, the number of pharmacists in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy gradually became more plentiful. Gradually, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's three-story shop could no longer accommodate the number of pharmacists. Han Shoror had been waiting for Andre's message and was ready to take over the Godswamp Pharmacy. After a few more days, the war of words between the House of Saint and the Godswamp Pharmacy finally died down. It was at this time that Andre sent someone to invite Han Shoror to the Saint residence. Han Shoror was overjoyed and immediately brought Andrina to the Saint residence. Han Shoror first found Andre. Han Shoror's heart sank when he saw the worried look on Andre's face. He forced a smile and said, "Lord Andre, you look troubled. Don't tell me you have failed. I have recruited quite a number of pharmacists. What should I do if I can't take over the Godswamp Pharmacy?" Andre's expression turned a little better when he saw Han Shoror. He smiled and shook his head. He then said, "It's not as bad as you think. But I did run into some trouble. You know that the House of Saint has a lot of mouths. Sometimes, even my elder brother and I have to consider the feelings of some of our family members. The resources from the Godswamp Pharmacy are worth more than 5 million black crystal coins. My intention is the same as before. I want you to take out some crystal coins first and slowly repay them after the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has stabilized and earned enough crystal coins. But recently, some people in the family have been making a fuss. They feel that we can't give you such a huge advantage. They have raised all kinds of conditions. Sigh, I'm in a difficult position." "What conditions?" Han Shoror bunched his brows. He could somewhat understand Andre's difficulties. He knew that some things were not easy for Andre to handle. Since you saved Carmelita twice, they want you to either fork out 3 million black crystal coins at once, or cooperate with the House of Saint to manage the Godswamp. In other words, you will be managing the House of Saint, and the profits will be split according to a certain percentage. Andre forced a smile and said, "Brian, there are a few uncles in the House of Saint who are my elder brother and I. Although they don't possess much strength, they are, after all, influential. If the entire family doesn't agree to it, it will be very difficult for me to do so. This wasn't Han Shoror's first day in the City of Shadows. He had more or less learned about the situation of the major family clans. In the House of Saint, Wallace and Endre naturally held the highest positions. However, they did have a few uncles above them. Although those uncles did not possess much strength, they had the qualifications to do so. Even Wallace and Endre had to give them some face in certain matters. However, Han Shoror didn't believe that Endre and Wallace had no selfish motives at all. The Godswamp Pharmacy's resources were no small sum. Even if Endre and Wallace were willing to hand over the resources to Han Shoror, they wouldn't be asking for nothing. This was something Han Shoror was well aware of. The total value of the Godswamp Pharmacy's resources in the City of Shadows was over 5 million black crystal coins. It was unrealistic to expect them to hand over the resources for free. Han Shoror had no intention of taking the resources for free and had made up his mind to repay them in the future. Little did he expect that things would change. How are they going to split the profits? Han Shoror hesitated for a moment before he asked. 370. You will take 30% and our House of Saint will take 70%. That way, you won't have to repay us any crystal coins, Endre replied rather embarrassedly after hesitating for a moment. 370. Han Shoror bunched his brows. If they were to split the profits like that, a large portion of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's profits would go to the House of Saint. This was clearly not in line with Han Shoror's plan. Lord Endre, can you help me sell some divine essences? Han Shoror suddenly asked after hesitating for a moment. Divine essences? You have divine essences? Endre stared blankly for a moment and asked with uncertainty. That's right. Not long after I arrived in the Darkness Dominion, I discovered a divine essence mine and extracted some divine essences. I know that divine essences are very valuable, but I didn't dare to take them out because I lacked the strength. Now that things have come to this, I urgently need crystal coins. Would Lord Endre be willing to help me? If it weren't for the special circumstances, Han Shoror definitely wouldn't be willing to sell those divine essences. In order to prevent the House of Saint from monopolizing the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's profits, Han Shoror had no choice but to do so. No problem. I don't care where you got your goods from. As long as you can produce 3 million black crystal coins to shut those people up, the Godswamp Pharmacy will be yours. In fact, I originally planned to charge you 2 million black crystal coins and have you take out a few tens of thousands of crystal coins as a token of my sincerity. The rest will be yours in the future. But those old fellas don't believe you, so I have no other choice. I'm sorry, Brian. Endre sighed. Don't worry about it. Han Shoror replied smilingly. Soon after, he took out the divine essences in his hand and placed them in front of Endre. Earth Elite Zombie had given Han Shoror all the divine essences of the energy of Earth he obtained last time. Han Shoror consumed all the divine essences of death and destruction. As for the divine essences of the energy of life and energy of life, Han Shoror did not take them out because he was in the Darkness Dominion. With that, Han Shoror took out 22 pieces of wind divine essences and 18 pieces of lightning divine essences. He placed them in front of Endre and asked, "That's it? Lord Endre, please give me a price and see if they are worth 3 million black crystal coins. If they are not enough, I will think of something else." Akeley still had some divine essences with him. Han Shoror had prepared everything in order to acquire the Godswamp Pharmacy. In truth, it was very risky for Han Shoror to take out so many divine essences in front of Endre. However, as Endre was a high-ranking member of the House of Saint and was by no means inexperienced, Han Shoror believed that Endre would not do anything impulsive for the sake of these divine essences. Most importantly, Han Shoror trusted Endre and believed that his existence would only bring benefits to the City of Shadows and the House of Saint. That was why Han Shoror dared to take out so many divine essences. In the Darkness Dominion, a piece of divine essence of wind is worth 60,000 black crystal coins. Lightning is slightly more expensive at 70,000 black crystal coins. The total value is about 2.5 million black crystal coins. Endre bunched his brows and thought for a moment before he said, "How about this? I will make up for the rest." In the future, when the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy makes profits, give 10% of the profits to Carmelita. This way, you will have an explanation for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's business in the City of Shadows. 10% of Carmelita's profits isn't much, but it will be much more convenient for you to get things done. What do you think? 10% wasn't much, and it was Carmelita who would benefit from it. Without hesitation, Hanshaw readily agreed. Okay. Wait a moment, I will go and communicate with them. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. Andre seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. He hastily left and headed for a tall, dark building behind the Saint residence. An hour later, Andre returned smilingly with a stack of official documents in his hand. He handed them to Hanshaw and said, "These documents prove that you own all the rights and interests of the Godswamp Pharmacy. From today onwards, all the Godswamp Pharmacy's resources in the City of Shadows and its subordinate towns and cities are yours. Congratulations, Brian. Congratulations to you too, hey." Hanshaw laughed and pushed the divine essence ores to Andre. He asked, "How is Carmelita? Is she feeling better?" Andre didn't hold back. He put away all the divine crystals and said with a smile, "Don't worry, it won't be a problem." After taking a short pause, Andre continued, "Speaking of which, I have to thank you again. With these divine essence ores, we will be able to exchange for more divine essences of destruction for Carmelita. Our family clan has invested quite a lot of resources in order for her to recover. I hope she doesn't suffer any more injuries." Hanshaw's heart had already flown out of his chest as he caressed the documents in his hand. He stood up and smilingly replied, "That's good to hear. Right, I still have to settle the matters regarding the Godswamp Pharmacy. I won't disturb you any longer. You're going to be busy for a while. Haha, off you go." Andre, of course, knew that Hanshaw would have to deal with the matters regarding the Godswamp Pharmacy and the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy after receiving the documents. "Brian, do you think that fella has selfish motives?" Andrina asked Hanshaw on the way back. "Of course he does." Hanshaw let out a faint smile and said, "The Godswamp Pharmacy possesses an enormous amount of resources. With the reputation and strength of our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, it is a given that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will surpass the Godswamp Pharmacy in the future. I reckon that Andre wants to reap some benefits for the House of Saint. That way of splitting the profits is obviously beneficial to the House of Saint. Otherwise, with Wallace and Andre's influence in the House of Saint, although it might be a little difficult, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for them to suppress the opinions of their uncles. It's just that Andre definitely didn't expect me to have so many divine essence ores. Hee. Will he think of other ways to obstruct us?" Andrina bunched her brows and asked. Hanshaw shook his head and smilingly said, "Don't worry, he's a smart man. Besides, we have given him so many divine essences. To the House of Saint, my existence is obviously beneficial to the City of Shadows. Their House of Saint controls all the resources in the City of Shadows. They definitely won't make things difficult for me just because of this little bit of profit. In the future, they will be relying on me for many things." After Hanshaw left, Andre fiddled with the divine essence ore in his hand and said in a bitter smile, "This fella, I'm finding it harder and harder to see through him. How long has it been since he came to Elysium? Where did this divine essence ore come from? The future value of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will be far more than 3 million black crystal coins. This fella is cunning." Chapter 725. The Godswamp Pharmacy had completely disappeared from the City of Shadows and was replaced by Hanshaw's Godswamp Pharmacy. However, it was only after Hanshaw took over the business that he realized how much effort it took to manage such a huge business. Before taking over the Godswamp Pharmacy, Hanshaw was solely in charge of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Collecting medicinal ingredients, refining medicinal pellets, and selling them were all handled by Hanshaw alone. However, after taking over the Godswamp Pharmacy, Hanshaw was far from being able to make full use of the enormous resources that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had. Collecting medicinal ingredients, storing medicinal pellets, refining medicinal pellets, and selling them had to be done separately. As a result, The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy required more than just pharmacists. Han Shoror soon realized that he was far from having enough manpower. Therefore, he began a new round of recruitment. Han Shoror was lacking in many talents. He had spent a great deal of time recruiting but still couldn't find enough manpower. It was even more difficult to find talents who were adept in business management. However, Han Shoror wasn't proficient in business management. This gave him yet another headache. Andre and a few other large family clans did recommend some capable people to Han Shoror. However, those people were more or less related to their family clans. Han Shoror was afraid that his family clans would learn of even the slightest movement of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Therefore, he reluctantly refused the people recommended by his family clans and continued to rack his brains for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shoror had long moved into the former Godswamp Pharmacy. All 17 large and small shops belonging to the Godswamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows were now under Han Shoror's control. However, even after 2 months, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy still hadn't opened for business due to a lack of manpower. With no other choice, Han Shoror temporarily closed the 16 pharmacies outside the City of Shadows and transferred all the talents he could to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. He planned to put the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy on the right track in the City of Shadows and at the same time, vigorously recruit talents from all over the world. While Han Shoror was busy with the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Avery, who had left the City of Shadows for a long time, suddenly appeared in the mountain range outside the city. Avery had disappeared for more than half a year under the pretext that he was hunting for the murderer of his children. Now that he had finally reappeared, he did not dare to return to the City of Shadows immediately. Instead, he stayed outside the city. Avery was all too familiar with the surroundings of the City of Shadows. In addition to his formidable strength, he managed to evade the detection of many divine guards in the mountain range. He seemed to be waiting for something. There were 3 squads of over 30 divine guards from the 5th Corps standing beside him. These divine guards were from the Lava's residence and were loyal and devoted to Avery. Night fell. Avery was standing on top of a towering ancient tree with his eyes squinted. He gazed at the City of Shadows in the distance with a gloomy face. Gradually, a human silhouette flew out from the City of Shadows. That silhouette seemed to be afraid that someone might discover his presence. He drifted all over the place in the middle of the night and changed directions several times before finally arriving before Avery. Kneeling on one knee, the newcomer looked at Avery, who was standing proudly on the tree, and said in a low voice, "This subordinate greets Sir. Number 3, tell me about the recent situation in the City of Shadows." Avery was still gazing at the City of Shadows not far away. He did not lower his head to look at number 3 who was kneeling on the ground. Recently, the hottest topic in the City of Shadows has been the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy that is about to open for business. The owner of the Celestial Pearl, Brian, has received the full support of the House of Saint and has become a rising star in the pharmaceutical industry. In addition, the House of Saint has been keeping a close watch on our 5th Corps. Andre has personally visited our 5th Corps 3 times to inquire about Sir's whereabouts. It seems that they have their suspicions on us, Number 3 said in a deep voice. Brian, he ruined my plans by reviving that bitch Carmelita. I will not let him get away with this, Avery shouted in a low voice. After keeping silent for a moment, he finally lowered his head to look at number 3 who was kneeling on the ground and asked, "How many people from the 5th Corps are willing to leave the City of Shadows with me? Including this subordinate, there are 9 of them. I have carefully probed the rest and none of them have shown any intention of following, sir," number 3 replied in a deep voice after hesitating for a moment. "Only 9, huh?" Avery softly exclaimed. He sneered and said, "9 it is. Number 3, I will enter the City of Shadows tonight. I do not want anyone to discover my whereabouts. Use whatever forces you have left to make arrangements for me, understood?" Number 3 replied in a low voice. After thinking for a moment, he added, "My lord, once you use those people, we will have no choice but to leave the City of Shadows immediately. Don't worry. After tonight, we will leave the City of Shadows together." Avery nodded to indicate that he understood. He then consoled, Whether you follow me in the City of Shadows or any other city, you will still be able to enjoy the same treatment as before. But if you stay in the City of Shadows, you will never be given an important position because of me. My lord has always treated us well. We are willing to follow my lord wherever you go. Number 3 hastily replied. All right, go make the arrangements. I want to kill a few people tonight before leaving. Avery waved his hand. Number 3 cautiously retreated. After returning to the City of Shadows, he immediately contacted some important figures of the Fifth Corps. 2 of them were responsible for guarding the East City Gate. With the 2 deliberately letting go, Avery led a few elite divine guards of the Fifth Corps and snuck into the City of Shadows without anyone noticing. After returning to the City of Shadows, the first thing Avery did was to go to the top of a building not far from the Lava's residence. He looked at the Lava's residence from afar and muttered to himself, "Elder brother, I believe that you should know something. I won't be returning to the Lava's residence, lest I bring you trouble." "My lord, time is of the essence. What should we do?" A person behind Avery asked softly. "There are some people in the City of Shadows that I have long disliked. I will kill them all tonight. The sooner we resolve this problem, the sooner we can leave. We must not alert the House of Saint. Otherwise, we will not be able to leave the City of Shadows," Avery coldly commanded. He cast a nostalgic glance at the Lava's residence in the distance before he quietly left with his men. It was a moonless and windy night, a time of murder and arson. Relying on his familiarity with the City of Shadows, Avery and a few elite divine guards of the Fifth Corps evaded layers upon layers of guards along the way. They changed locations and stealthily eliminated a few characters of average strength but were rather influential in the City of Shadows. For example, 2 years of the House of Bulla. Although he possessed ordinary strength, he was an expert in business. He had always been at odds with the House of Lavas. Usually, Avery would not dare to do anything to him. But tonight, Avery had the audacity to kill him in the largest crystal stone shop of the House of Bulla. Other than 2 years, there were a few others who were killed by Avery. As Avery possessed profound strength and most of his targets were mid-gods, he did not attract much attention. "My lord, it's about time. We should leave." Number 3 reminded Avery in a soft voice. "There is one more person. We will leave immediately after dealing with him," Avery suddenly said in a deep voice after keeping silent for a moment. "Who is it?" Number 3 asked softly. "Brian of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. That youngster has been enjoying the limelight for quite some time. It's time for him to die. If it weren't for him, Cage and Eve wouldn't have died in Carmelita's hands. I can't touch Carmelita for now, but this youngster must die," Avery said in a cold voice. "My lord, I heard that the youngster has a very powerful little girl with him. According to those from the House of Kisa, that little girl had fought with Rugasi before. She was only slightly weaker than him," Number 3 hastily reminded when he heard that Avery was going to kill Hanshor before leaving. Back at the House of Kisa, Andrina had forced Rugasi to retreat. She clearly had the upper hand. However, as the House of Kisa valued their reputation, no one dared to say that Rugasi had suffered a loss. If word got out, it would spread to Andrina being at a disadvantage. Those who were directly involved in the matter would dismiss the rumors with a smile. As Andrina was just a little girl, everyone took it for granted that what those from the House of Kisa said was the truth. "She's just a little girl. So what if she's powerful?" Avery said disdainfully. "Moreover, Rugasi's strength is inferior to mine. If he can defeat that little girl, what do you have to worry about?" Number 3 knew that Avery had made up his mind after hearing those words and dared not try to dissuade him. On the rooftop of the largest building in Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Hanshor was cultivating with his eyes closed. Although he was exhausted from the recent events at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Hanshor had never slacked off in his cultivation. His 2 avatars had been staying in the cauldron of Myriad Demon and were not affected in the slightest. Hanshor's avatar of death had reached early stage mid-god realm. Recently, he had been slowly consolidating his new realm while trying to understand a few new ways to utilize his energy. His avatar of destruction was also studying the usage of the orb of destruction. He was becoming more and more adept at it. Suddenly, Han Shuro sensed danger. His consciousness immediately sensed the arrival of a crisis. After suffering a serious injury the last time, Han Shuro had become more sensitive to danger. The invincible omen body immediately formed an enormous amount of energy around his body. Han Shuro remained motionless as he calmly sensed the intensity of the crisis. His heart jolted and he immediately transmitted to Cauldron Spirit, "The intruder is very powerful. Lend me your demon general energy." Cauldron Spirit had obviously sensed the aura that had secretly locked onto Han Shuro. Without wasting any time, it softly instructed, "Take note. When the demon general energy is channeled into your body, you will suffer tremendous pain. Moreover, when the energy flows through your body, it will also cause damage to your body. You cannot sustain the process for too long. Immediately return the demon general energy to me if you feel that you can't take it anymore. Hurry up or it will be too late," Han Shuro shouted at Cauldron Spirit. At the next moment, a terrifying energy violently surged from the Cauldron Spirit in Han Shuro's body. In an instant, Han Shuro felt as though he was being stabbed by a knife. But along with the immense pain, an endless amount of energy filled his body. It made Han Shuro want to face the sky and let out a long howl. The energy of a few dozen low-god and mid-god demon generals was so enormous that it was hard for Han Shuro to imagine. The pleasant sensation of having the energy in his hands made him want to release it immediately. Otherwise, if he allowed the energy to run amok in his demonic body, it would be a torment to his demonic body. You have to release the energy quickly. Otherwise, if the energy is all concentrated in your body, you will be unable to endure it and your demonic infant will be damaged. Cauldron Spirit hastily transmitted, "I understand. Why isn't that damned thing attacking yet? Goddamnit." Han Shuro could sense that his enemies were close by. He gritted his teeth and cursed in his mind. Avery was indeed hiding in the darkness. But after his previous failed attempt at ambushing Han Shuro, Avery no longer dared to attack recklessly. He was still observing Han Shuro and cautiously approaching Han Shuro. He was looking for the most opportune moment to strike. By doing so, Han Shuro, who was gathering energy, suffered greatly. Hurry up and release the energy. At this rate, you will soon be unable to endure it. Cauldron Spirit transmitted again. Unbearable pain filled every corner of Han Shuro's body. Seeing that his enemies were still not attacking, Han Shuro could no longer endure it. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. Like a bloodthirsty beast, he bellowed, "Show yourself." The terrifying sound waves blasted towards Avery, who was hiding in the darkness. Intense ripples appeared in the darkness. Avery, who was about to attack, was startled. He did not understand how Han Shuro discovered his position. Roar! Han Shuro's eyes turned scarlet. The muscles all over his body tightened as he charged towards Avery. How is this possible? Avery cried out involuntarily. He hastily gathered all the darkness divine energy in his body and formed layers upon layers of darkness barriers around him. His domain of divinity instantly absorbed all the element of darkness. Boom! Han Shuro brandished the demonic blades in his hands. He charged into the domain of darkness like a bloodthirsty demon. The terrifying energy bombarded the darkness barriers through the demonic blades and destroyed them in an instant. A tyrannical energy rushed into Avery's body. His divine body was immediately injured and he was sent flying. After the attack, the surging energy in his body was released. Han Shuro suddenly felt much better. Seeing that Avery was sent flying by his attack, Han Shuro was overjoyed. He quickly charged at Avery. The demonic blades were like two rays of cold light as they slashed towards Avery. However, compared to the previous attack that was full of energy, the current attack was obviously much weaker. Although Avery still dodged in a flurry, Han Shuro's attack was not enough to take Avery's life. Even so, Avery was scared out of his wits. He did not expect that Han Shuro would suddenly change into a different person. The ruthless energy that he suddenly displayed was filled with bloodthirst and madness. Avery had never seen such a person before. Too cunning. This kid has been hiding his strength all along. He is even more sinister than Andre. Avery cursed in his heart. He frantically defended against Han Shoror's attacks, constantly looking for a way to escape. Brian, return the demon's power to me. You can't do whatever you want anymore. Otherwise, your demonic infant will be injured. Cauldron Spirit transmitted anxiously while Han Shoror was beating Avery to his heart's content and forcing him to retreat. Han Shoror was startled. He immediately sensed the abnormality of the demonic infant in his body. With the demon energy filling every corner of his body, the blood essence that nourished Han Shoror's demonic infant was rapidly being depleted. The blood essence disappeared from Han Shoror's body, allowing his bones and meridians to withstand the flow of demon energy. However, the demonic infant was also inseparable from the blood essence. When the blood essence in the demonic infant was insufficient to support its survival, the demonic infant would be injured and weakened. This was absolutely not what Han Shoror wanted to see. Damn it, count yourself lucky, Han Shoror cursed in a low voice. He suddenly retreated and stopped attacking. He hastily returned the demon energy in his body to Cauldron Spirit. Avery finally came to his senses after being bombarded by Han Shoror. He took a glance at Han Shoror in shock. Without saying a word, Avery turned around and hid in the darkness. He led his 5th Corps Divine Guards away from the scene. How did you become so powerful all of a sudden? Angelina, who had arrived earlier, looked at Han Shoror with an incredulous expression, her mouth wide open. It was precisely because he saw Angelina coming over that he dared to let go of her without hesitation. Han Shoror did not reply immediately. He first returned the demon energy in his body to Cauldron Spirit before pointing in the direction Avery left in and said, "Andrina, kill that guy for me. I will give you 100,000 black crystal coins." Andrina shook her head and replied, "I'm only protecting you. I'm not helping you kill anyone." "Forget it then. Avery has escaped. If he comes back again, I will be in deep trouble," said Han Shoror in a bitter smile. He had obviously recognized the attacker after fighting for dozens of seconds. "I think he is the one who should be afraid. Given the strength you displayed just now, there's no way he can kill you." Andrina looked deeply at Han Shoror, put on a faint smile, and asked, "Brian, can you tell me what energy you used? How did you suddenly become so powerful? Tell me about yourself first. Only then will I consider if I should tell you the truth," replied Han Shoror mischievously. "Forget it if you don't want to tell me. What's so great about it?" Andrina pouted and said angrily, "Huh? What's going on?" Akeley rushed over excitedly and shouted, "Was there a battle just now? Where is he?" The battle between Han Shoror and Avery ended in just a few dozen seconds. Akeley was training in a gymnasium a distance away. As his strength was inferior to Andrina's, he did not arrive in time. By the time he arrived, the enemy had already disappeared without a trace. "You're late." Andrina glared at Akeley. She paused for a moment and said disdainfully, "But even if you came early, you wouldn't have been able to interfere." Akeley knew that Andrina's strength was unfathomable. He became even more excited after hearing those words. "Mid-god? High-god?" shouted Andrina coldly. "Ooh." Akeley immediately hung his head dejectedly. He stole a glance at Andrina in awe and mumbled, "Damn it, it's actually a high god." Judging from Akeley's expression, he obviously thought that Andrina had repelled the attacker. "It wasn't me." Andrina knew what Akeley was thinking with just a glance. She pointed at Han Shoror and said, "He was the one who repelled the attacker. Save it." "All right, if there's nothing else, I'm going back." Akeley waved his hand. He simply did not believe that Han Shoror could repel a high god. He lazily turned around and went back to his place. "That idiot," cursed Andrina, who was in a bad mood. Chapter 726. The next day, news of what Avery did that night spread throughout the City of Shadows. Including 2 years of the House of Bulla, a total of 5 people from the City of Shadows had been killed. Although all 5 of them possessed mid-god strength, they were still characters of great renown. Their sudden deaths immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy did not have its own divine guards. During this period, Erebus had sent Anito and a small team of divine guards from the Third Corps to patrol the vicinity. Anito soon received news of what happened in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. However, as he arrived later than Akeley, he had no idea what happened. Early in the morning, Erebus, chief of the Third Corps, personally came to look for Han Shor. "Are you sure it's him?" Erebus immediately asked after he arrived and was led into a secret chamber by Han Shor. "That's right. It's Avery. If it wasn't for Andrina being beside me, I would have ended up like Tuyas and the others," replied Han Shor with a frightened face. He told Han Shor that it was Andrina who repelled Avery to prevent him from drawing the attention of the House of Saint and the others. Even if Han Shor didn't deliberately explain, Erebus would have taken it for granted that Avery was repelled by Andrina. Erebus had witnessed Andrina's strength back at the Kisa residence. He believed that in the entire Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, only Andrina possessed that kind of strength. Erebus nodded and coldly groaned, "Avery is truly audacious. It seems that he really doesn't want to stay in the City of Shadows any longer." Han Shor kept quiet. He knew that Avery had left the City of Shadows last night. Given Avery's familiarity with the City of Shadows and the help of some of his former confidants, even the House of Saint would have a hard time tracking him down if he wanted to leave the City of Shadows. After all, he was once the chief of the Fifth Corps. Erebus did not stay in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy for too long. After asking Han Shor about what happened last night, he hastily left. Over the next few days, Han Shor learned from Anito that although the House of Saint had gone all out to search for Avery's whereabouts, they ultimately returned empty-handed due to Avery's well-prepared and timely departure. That night, all of Avery's trusted subordinates left with him. As for those Fifth Corps Divine Guards who remained in the City of Shadows, after a round of thorough interrogation, they were secretly captured. The things that Avery had done in the City of Shadows were soon publicized by the House of Saint, including the fact that he had assassinated Carmelita. These events brought new topics of discussion in the City of Shadows. All the large family clans were discussing Avery's actions. As expected, the investigation of the Fifth Corps was temporarily put on hold. The members of the House of Lavas were interrogated one after another during this period. The patriarch of the House of Lavas, Felder, firmly dissociated himself from having anything to do with Avery. For the sake of the safety of the members of the House of Lavas, Felder pushed all the blame onto Avery. He even declared that he would expel Avery from the House of Lavas and that he would no longer be a member of the House of Lavas. Field's resolute action had ensured the safety of many members of the House of Lavas. However, the incident with Avery had greatly affected the strength of the House of Lavas. Without the authority of the Fifth Corps, in addition to the suspicion and suppression of the House of Saint, the House of Lavas suddenly became the weakest of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows. The tumultuous events in the City of Shadows did not affect Han Shor too much. After a period of preparation, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had recruited quite a number of people from all walks of life. It was sufficient for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to open for business in the City of Shadows. It was at this moment that Han Shor came across an extremely thorny problem. A group of pharmacists led by Jiu Li had been urging Han Shor to explain to them the refining principles of the rejuvenation medicine, celestial pearl medicine, and rebirth medicine. The group of pharmacists led by Jiu Li had traveled thousands of miles to the City of Shadows. They were full of admiration for Han Shor's skill in medicine refinement and wanted to learn from him. In the beginning, as the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had been too busy, they had behaved themselves and worked hard to get the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy on the right track. But now, from their perspective, everything was progressing smoothly. They heaved a sigh of relief and started asking Han Shor questions about pharmaceutics that were difficult to understand. As a result, Han Shor's head was as big as a cow's. As someone who knew nothing about pharmacists, Han Shor was completely helpless in the face of those questions. He had tried to evade them several times in a row. But now that Jiu Li and the others had arrived, he knew that he could no longer avoid them. He was in a pharmacy lab. All around him were glassware. The glass cabinets were filled with colorful bottles and jars. Many medicinal ingredients were neatly arranged. At the center of the lab was a complicated glass ball. The bottom of the glass ball was filled with energy crystals that were glistening brightly. The 13 pharmacists led by Jiu Li were scattered around the lab. Each and every one of them was looking at Han Shuo with eager eyes. Every one of these pharmacists who dared to come to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy despite hearing about Han Shuo's irascible and tyrannical temper were as capable as Jiu Li. It was impossible for Han Shuo to bluff his way through. Han Shuo felt as though he was trapped in a cocoon of his own making. He had to get past this hurdle. Otherwise, these pharmacists would surely leave the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with their disciples without hesitation. If that happened, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy that they had worked so hard to get back on the right track would surely collapse. Actually, my knowledge of medicine refinement is different from what you know. Under the gazes of the crowd, Han Shuo had no choice but to brace himself and say, "I don't know much about your knowledge of medicine refinement." The eyes of the pharmacists were filled with doubt and puzzlement when they heard this. However, none of them said anything. "My master taught me medicine refinement. You might not have come into contact with it." Let me show you." Han Shuo knew that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be destroyed if he didn't show some tricks. With one thought, the 9 tessellation cauldron flew into Han Shuo's palm. Your medicine refinement requires a large number of medicines to be mixed in glass containers. The medicines are mixed by adjusting the temperature between high and cold temperatures. My method of medicine refinement is somewhat different from yours. I directly smelt the medicinal ingredients together, use a special method to extract the ingredients, and then condense them into a solid at high speed. Han Shuo explained slowly. As he explained, Han Shuo demonstrated the process of medicine refinement. The 9 tessellation cauldron spun on his palm. He tossed several kinds of medicinal ingredients into the cauldron. A fragrant aroma instantly filled the lab. Under the control of the red flame on Han Shuo's palm, the 9 tessellation cauldron spun at high speed. The patterns on its surface glowed faintly and looked extremely beautiful. To these pharmacists, Han Shuo's method was simply unimaginable. They stared dumbfoundedly at Han Shuo's movements. They simply couldn't understand how one could refine medicine using only raw materials and a container. They would first extract the ingredients from the raw materials and then mix them together to create medicines with different functions. Compared to Han Shuo's method, they had subdivided the process into many steps. However, the end result was not as good as Han Shuo's all-in-one method. A fragrant aroma permeated the lab. After a while, a few dark golden nirvana pills flew out. Han Shuo crushed them and stored them in a medicine bottle that he had prepared beforehand. He then handed them to the pharmacists and said with a smile, "Have a taste, it will greatly benefit your body." The pharmacists who received the nirvana pills couldn't control their desires just by smelling the aroma. They had long heard about the miraculous medicines refined by Han Shuo in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After hearing Han Shuo's words, they hesitated for a moment before swallowing the medicine in their hands. All of them were professional alchemists. Although there were some differences between dans and potions, there were still some similarities in their effects. After taking the nirvana pill, all of them immediately felt the changes in their bodies. They could clearly feel the fierceness of the medicinal efficacy of the pill in their bodies. Very quickly, the few alchemists went to look for the toilet one after another. Each and every one of them had a messy bowel movement. However, every time they came out of the toilet, the complexion on their faces was clearly much better. Each and every one of them exclaimed, "What a miraculous medicine! This medicinal effect is too overbearing." The pharmacists who didn't get the nirvana pills were amazed. Seeing their complexions getting better and better, their admiration for Han Shuo grew. "You are not my disciples. I cannot impart the methods and techniques of refining medicine to you." Han Shuo took in the expressions of the pharmacists and saw the disappointment in their eyes. He then added, "However, we can discuss the effects of some special medicinal ingredients. There are some medicinal ingredients that you aren't familiar with, but their medicinal efficacy is very miraculous. I can communicate with you and you can study them on your own. You will still be able to make progress. Naturally, Han Shoror wouldn't impart the techniques of refining medicine to these pharmacists because refining medicine required demonic yuan. Even if Han Shoror told them, it would still be difficult for them to refine medicine without cultivating demonic yuan. However, Han Shoror could give them some pointers on the uses of certain medicinal ingredients as a way of thanking them for taking the trouble to come to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. The pharmacists expressed their gratitude. They obviously understood that Han Shoror wouldn't impart the techniques to them. However, they were very satisfied with Han Shoror's guarantee. Jiyu Li's face grew redder and redder. She immediately bowed to Han Shoror and said, "I'm convinced." Jiyu Li was the most famous among the pharmacists. No one dared to doubt Han Shoror's ability after hearing her praise after trying out the effects of the Nirvana pill. Han Shoror took out some of the medicinal ingredients he'd personally picked and placed them in the glass containers in front of him. He explained the effects of a few medicinal ingredients to the alchemists. As Han Shoror explained a series of professional pill refining terms, the alchemists all felt that he was profound and unfathomable. Their gazes when they looked at Han Shoror were full of admiration. These people were completely absorbed in recording Han Shoror's words onto the notebooks in their hands. When Han Shoror finished, each and every one of them couldn't wait to try out the effects of those ingredients. They seemed indescribably excited. "All right, I've told you about the effects and ingredients of these medicinal herbs. The rest is up to you to comprehend. Whether or not you can use these medicinal ingredients to refine new medicines will depend on your own abilities. I won't be able to help you with that." Han Shoror breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, thinking that he'd finally dealt with the situation. He left the pharmacy after leaving these words behind. Everything went smoothly for a period of time. A few pharmacists, inspired by Han Shoror, managed to concoct a few new medicines using medicinal ingredients that they had never heard of before. Although the effects of those medicines were far inferior to Han Shoror's pellets, the pharmacists were very excited to have such a good start. With the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy on the right track, Han Shoror recruited a few more warehouse staff and had the apprentices of those pharmacists gather more medicinal ingredients. He was ready to officially open the new Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to the City of Shadows. It was at this moment that Donna suddenly came to Han Shoror's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. When Han Shoror saw Donna, he immediately noticed that Donna looked much more haggard than before. There was a deep frown on her brows as though she had some unresolved thoughts. She forced a smile after seeing Han Shoror. Her smile was very bitter. "Long time no see, big sister Donna," Han Shoror exclaimed in his heart. He had heard a little about the situation of the House of Lavas. Due to Avery's incident, the House of Lavas was greatly affected. The House of Saint no longer trusted them as much as they used to. The House of Lavas was having a hard time in the City of Shadows. Compared to the desolate state of the House of Lavas, Han Shoror's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was flourishing and was on the verge of becoming a new family clan. Donna's mood became even more gloomy when she recalled the circumstances when Han Shoror first arrived in the City of Shadows. "Congratulations, Brian. It seems that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy is about to become a rising star in the City of Shadows," Donna said with a forced smile. "Thank you, big sister Donna. What brings you to my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy this time?" "Haha, if you need medicines, given our relationship, I will surely give you the most reasonable price." Han Shoror patted his chest as though they were on good terms. Donna shook her head smilingly and said, "I'm here to bid farewell to you. I might be away for a long time. We won't have many chances to meet again. Big sister Donna, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Where are you going?" Han Shoror was startled and hastily asked. "Our House of Lavas won't be able to do much in the City of Shadows. Haha, rather than staying here and being looked down upon by others, I might as well leave as soon as possible. Brian, it's been a pleasure to meet you. I have not misjudged you. I am truly proud of you for being able to establish a firm foothold in the City of Shadows in such a short period of time," Donna said smilingly. Han Shoror sighed in his mind after hearing Donna's words. The current situation in the City of Shadows was indeed unfavorable for the House of Lavas. Han Shoror did not know how to console Donna. After remaining silent for a long while, he softly sighed and said, "Big Sister Donna, take care. I will never forget how Big Sister Donna has taken care of me. Farewell. I hope that the next time we meet, your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will replace our House of Lavas and become one of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows." Donna smiled and waved goodbye. Han Shoror was stunned because he sensed an obscure hatred in Donna's words. Han Shoror shook his head and forced a smile. He thought to himself, "Does Donna think that the rise of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy is by stepping on my House of Lavas?" Chapter 727. After a long period of preparation, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy finally opened for business. On that day, the 5 major family clans of the City of Shadows sent representatives to congratulate the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Andre and Erebus from the House of Saint, Gia and her uncle from the House of Kinsun, Rugasi from the House of Kisa, Tushi from the House of Bulla who had replaced Tuyas came with a gift. Even Dewey from the House of Lavas who had a bad relationship with Han Shoror came to present a silk banner. On that day, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was truly a gathering of celebrities. In order to establish a good relationship with Han Shoror, all the major family clans spared no effort to show their support. The grand opening of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was held in a splendid manner. Those pharmacists who followed Han Shoror had refined some medicines commonly used on Elysium. A dazzling array of medicine bottles filled up the empty cupboards. Han Shoror busied himself for the entire day. He only sent away the guests when it was dark. As Han Shoror did not personally refine any new medicines, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was selling all kinds of commonly used medicines. Although the representatives from the major family clans were disappointed, they still bought more than 400 bottles out of respect for Han Shoror. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy made a net profit of more than 20,000 black crystal coins. With this good omen, Han Shoror believed that with his reputation in the City of Shadows, it would only be a matter of time before the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy made a fortune. Everything in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was on the right track. Han Shoror left Jiyu Li to handle all the pharmaceutical-related issues. Jiyu Li, who used to be at odds with Han Shoror, now admired Han Shoror from the bottom of her heart. She was truly loyal and devoted to Han Shoror. As a result, Han Shoror had more time to cultivate. With the experience of borrowing Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shoror spent the next few days in the gymnasium trying to use Cauldron Spirit's energy. When Cauldron Spirit's energy was infused into Han Shoror's body, Han Shoror would instantly gain tremendous strength, allowing him to fight a high god head-on. However, although Han Shoror's demonic body was tough, he could not sustain it for too long. After dozens of attempts, Han Shoror could only sustain it for 3 minutes at most. Han Shoror's demonic infant would not be able to endure any longer. Han Shoror quickly realized that borrowing Cauldron Spirit's energy wasn't the right way to cultivate. Only by forging his demonic body to an even more tenacious state of mind could he truly become powerful. Although Han Shoror had never stopped comprehending and cultivating in the Omen realm, he did not have much time left. It would be extremely difficult to make any progress without at least 100 years of cultivation. The Omen realm was not the ultimate realm of demonic arts. There were 3 other realms after the Omen realm: Skybreak realm, Demon Lord realm, and Exalted Demon Lord realm. The Exalted Demon Lord realm was the pinnacle realm. It was at this realm that Jiyu Tianxie forcibly pierced through a cosmic rift and arrived at this realm. Just from Cauldron Spirit's description, Han Shoror could imagine how powerful the Exalted Demon Lord realm was. In the future, every step of advancement would require a long period of cultivation, and there would be great dangers along the way. When breaking through from the Omen realm to the Skybreak realm, one would have to face the demonic tribulation. This was a process that one had to go through. If one failed to overcome the demonic tribulation, not only would one's strength stagnate, one might even perish in body and soul. This made Han Shoror realize that every subsequent breakthrough would be extremely dangerous. Time flew by quickly. Han Shoror stayed in the gymnasium in seclusion. 10 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. After his adventures on Elysium, Han Shuor's strength in all aspects had improved to varying degrees. The 10 years of meditation had calmed his mind and stabilized his omen realm. 10 years on Elysium would pass in the blink of an eye. But for gods whose lifespans could easily reach tens of thousands of years, 10 years was just too short. After Han Shuor walked out of the gymnasium, he quickly learned about the current situation from Jiyu Li and the others. During the time he was in seclusion, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had earned Han Shuor more than 1 million black crystal coins. 5 of its 16 branches had opened for business. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had undeniably become the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows. During this time, the members of the House of Lavas had used all sorts of excuses to withdraw from the City of Shadows. The House of Saint had turned a blind eye to this, as the House of Lavas had contributed to the City of Shadows. Even though Wallace was wary of the House of Lavas, he could not be too harsh on them, as they had not betrayed the City of Shadows. Field obviously understood Wallace's intentions. He had been overseeing the Lavas' residence all this time and had only asked Donna, Dewey, and the others to leave under the pretext that they were traveling and cultivating. With Field deliberately keeping a low profile, the House of Lavas that had lost the trust of the House of Saint rapidly declined. In just a short 10 years, the House of Lavas had lost the prestige of being one of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows. Some members of smaller family clans even dared to go against the House of Lavas. Field did not mind all this. He endured everything with great patience and used all sorts of methods to send the members of the House of Lavas away. It seemed that Field's actions were in line with Wallace's intentions. Not only did Wallace not stop Field's actions, he even tacitly approved of Field's actions. The existence of a small rift between major family clans could destroy the friendship they had painstakingly built up. Especially when Avery had nearly killed Carmelita, Wallace could not forgive him. After Avery's disappearance, the position of Chief of the Fifth Corps had been vacant. Other than the House of Lavas, the other 3 major family clans had shown great interest in the position of Chief of Divine Guards. Even some of the smaller family clans saw the position as an opportunity to rise to the top in a single bound. They had used all sorts of methods to try to snatch the position from the hands of the House of Saint. However, in order to maintain the balance between the major family clans, Wallace had issued an order. Anyone who wished to take the position of Chief of Divine Guards must exchange it with Avery's head. Avery had been missing for many years and no one knew where he had gone. After Wallace issued that order, although all the major family clans in the City of Shadows had painstakingly searched for Avery, they had not made any headway. As such, although the position of Chief of the Fifth Corps was coveted by all the major family clans, it had remained vacant until today. After learning about the recent news in the City of Shadows, Han Shuor saw that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was on the right track and that he had established some foundation in the City of Shadows. Therefore, as much time had passed, Han Shuor decided to travel to Profound Continent and bring those he could not part with to Elysium. Han Shuor had no enemies in the City of Shadows for the time being. With the financial resources of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and the backing of the House of Saint, Han Shuor believed that the safety of Phoebe and the others would not be a problem. Elysium was rich in elemental energies. There were just too many experiences and references on the path to godhood. There were even some divine souls of low god that could be purchased. Compared to Profound Continent, the cultivation environment here was undoubtedly dozens of times better. Emily, Phoebe, and the others possessed extraordinary strength. Han Shuor believed that they would make rapid progress in this superior environment in the City of Shadows. They would advance much faster than if they were to cultivate on Elysium. After making up his mind, Han Shuor prepared to head to the interplanar transportation matrix and return to Profound Continent. Before leaving, Han Shuor made a trip to the Saint residence as Carmelita had fully recovered from her injuries. Han Shuor was shocked when he saw Carmelita again. 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Carmelita's skin had become much fairer than before. Although there were still some spots on her face, they looked very faint. Although the originally ugly Carmelita was no longer beautiful, she looked much easier to accept. She no longer had that malevolent aura about her. Carmelita was overjoyed at Han Shuor's arrival. She patted Han Shuor's shoulder excitedly and said, "Brat, I've been to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to look for you several times. I didn't expect that you would be cultivating all this time. Look at me, what's different about me? You've become prettier," Han Shuor said sincerely. "Haha, that's what everyone says. Thank you, Brian. Not only did you save me twice, but you also turned my damned face around. I don't even know how to repay you," Carmelita said with a big smile. "We're friends, after all," Han Shuor said smilingly. After chatting with Carmelita for a while, Han Shuor said, "I'm going to leave Elysium for a while. It might be some time before I can return." "Ah." Carmelita let out a soft cry and asked in astonishment, "Where are you going?" "I'm going back to my hometown to bring some people over. Haha, Elysium is the most suitable place for cultivation. I've been living a good life here. I can't forget my old friends. Back when I was on Elysium, I couldn't even fend for myself. Now that I've finally settled down, I should do something for my old friends." When Han Shuor thought of Emily, Phoebe, and the others, he found it hard to suppress the longing in his heart. "You sure are nostalgic." I've been forced by my father to cultivate recently. Otherwise, I would have gone to play with you. But I know that the little girl is very powerful. It shouldn't be a problem for her to follow you. Just be careful," Carmelita said smilingly. "By the way, why do all the interplanar transportation matrices in the City of Shadows have to be built so far away?" Han Shuor asked after thinking for a moment. "To us, people from other continents are just slaves who provide us with the power of faith. Generally speaking, we rarely travel to other material planes. Therefore, we rarely use interplanar transportation matrices. Besides, to us, those who can enter Elysium have to walk out from the most remote places. Only those who have made it to the big cities through their own efforts will be able to gain some recognition. Therefore, interplanar transportation matrices are usually built in remote valleys," Carmelita explained. Han Shuor couldn't help but smile wryly after hearing those words. He understood that to the people of Elysium, people from other low-level continents were only worthy of being ordered around by them. They had a natural sense of superiority. Generally speaking, they would leave Elysium for the sole purpose of conquering other continents and obtaining the power of faith from them. Although Elysium was vast, the people of Elysium were willing to waste time on traveling as they saw it as a way to temper themselves. Therefore, interplanar transportation matrices were usually located rather far away from the main cities. This was also to let outsiders know that Elysium was not as easy to live on as their original material planes. After chatting with Carmelita for a while longer, Han Shuor left the Saint residence and returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After 2 days of preparation, he left with Andrina. Andrina possessed formidable strength. With her alone, Han Shuor believed that there wouldn't be too many problems during the journey. Even if they ran into a god hunter like Brovst, Andrina could easily escape with Han Shuor. This time was different from the past. Han Shuor was going to bring all his friends from Profound Continent to the City of Shadows. They would have to pass through many places along the way. With Andrina by his side, Han Shuor's safety was greatly assured. After leaving the City of Shadows, Han Shuor and Andrina headed straight for the valley where the transportation matrices were located. Along the way, Andrina was very curious. She kept asking Han Shuor about the situation on Profound Continent, annoying Han Shuor to no end. Along the way, they passed through a few mountain ranges and did run into a few scattered god hunters. However, none of those god hunters managed to escape from Andrina's ruthless attacks. All of them died by Andrina's hands. "You don't seem to show any mercy to god hunters. Do you have some kind of blood feud with them?" Han Shuor asked Andrina puzzledly after passing through a mountain range. Having known her for so long, Han Shuor had never seen Andrina kill anyone. Even when Han Shuor tried to tempt her with crystal coins, she wouldn't kill for Han Shuor. However, back when Han Shuor first got to know Andrina, he had seen her hunt god hunters in Greenfire Swamp. She was severely injured because she was besieged by a few god hunter leaders. From this aspect, it could be seen that Andrina was indeed very special to god hunters. From her recent behavior, Han Shoror could tell that Andrina had a deep hatred for god hunters. They deserved to die. Andrina's face immediately turned ice-cold when she heard Han Shoror mention god hunters. You have a grudge against them? Han Shoror asked. Andrina nodded. When she saw that Han Shoror was about to ask more questions, she hastily said, "It has nothing to do with you. Don't ask so many questions." After taking a short pause, Andrina said in a low voice, "You have a lot of secrets too. I haven't asked about them in detail." After hearing those words, Andrina forced a smile and nodded. He did not pursue the matter any further. The two continued on their journey. Andrina possessed extraordinary strength and Han Shoror was very fast. After spending more than 2 months, the two finally arrived at the interplanar transportation matrix that Han Shoror had come from. Unlike when he first came here, he had to pay a sufficient amount of crystal coins to use the interplanar transportation matrix. After arriving at the valley, Han Shoror soon met with Jeff, who had previously helped him apply for a divine tablet. However, compared to his previous enthusiasm, Jeff's attitude this time was much colder. When Jeff heard that Han Shoror wanted to use the interplanar transportation matrix, he said in an eccentric manner, "Yo, I heard that you have been doing quite well in the City of Shadows recently. However, you seem to have forgotten who was the one who helped you arrange everything when you first arrived here. Although we live in a remote area, we still know a lot of rumors. We are very concerned about the ungrateful behavior of certain people." After taking a short pause, Jeff said mischievously, "I'm sorry, today the interplanar transportation matrix only allows entry and not exit. You'll have to wait for a while." Han Shoror's face turned cold and he asked, "Then when is it going out?" "I can't say for sure. That will depend on Lord Dolores." Jeff replied lazily. Dolores was Dolox's elder brother. On the first day Han Shoror arrived at the lava's residence, he nearly killed Dolox's. It was obvious that everyone in the City of Shadows knew about what happened in the City of Shadows. Unfortunately, they had only seen the glorious side of Han Shoror and had absolutely no idea about Dolox's despicable behavior. They also did not know that Avery had tried to kill him twice. From these people's point of view, the House of Lavas had been taking good care of Han Shoror. They had arranged everything for him even before he arrived on Elysium. Little did they know that after Han Shoror arrived in the City of Shadows, not only did he not contribute anything to the House of Lavas, but he even made an enemy of the House of Lavas. Therefore, they thought that Han Shoror was ungrateful. "Take me to Dolores. I'll talk to him." Han Shoror shouted coldly while suppressing the anger in his heart. "Hehe, Lord Dolores is busy and has no time to talk to you. Besides, I also have something to do and I don't have the time to bring you around. Please go ahead," Jeff said in an indifferent and mocking manner. It was obvious that he was deliberately making things difficult for Han Shoror. Jeff had made things difficult for Han Shoror previously. But because of Dolores, Han Shoror quickly understood the situation and Han Shoror did not bicker with him. But Han Shoror did not expect that he would be obstructed on his return to Profound Continent. Han Shoror was immediately enraged. Slap. Han Shoror delivered a slap to Jeff's face. A line of blood flowed from the corner of Jeff's mouth and his body staggered. You dare hit me?" Jeff shrieked. He immediately rushed out and yelled, "Murder! Guards!" Han Shoror sneered and followed after Jeff. He looked at Jeff, who was shouting and yelling with cold eyes, and sent another kick at Jeff. The kick sent Jeff flying. When Jeff landed on the ground, several of his bones were broken. Soon enough, a group of divine guards in the vicinity rushed over. Among them was their leader, Dolores. When Dolores saw Han Shoror, he put on a cold and murderous face and said, "I don't care what you do in the City of Shadows. Since you dare to strut around in my territory, I have the right to take you down." After the incident with the Lava's family, Dolores would no longer be as friendly to Han Shoror as before. Han Shoror was well aware of this. He knew that the reason why Jeff dared to talk to him so brazenly was because of Dolores. "I want to use the interplanar transportation matrix. He deliberately obstructed me. He's asking for a beating." Han Shoror sneered and took out the House of Saint badge from his space ring. He waved it in front of the divine guards and said, "This is the badge of the House of Saint. I believe you all recognize it. Please open the interplanar transportation matrix and let me leave. Otherwise, you will be betraying the House of Saint. You know the consequences." It was destined that Han Shoror would never be friends with Dolores. Since Dolores had instigated Jeff to do so, Han Shoror did not hold back. Dolores glared at Han Shoror coldly. He looked to his left and right, took a deep breath, stopped his subordinates, and shouted in a deep voice, "Let them pass." Under the watchful eyes of the divine guards, Han Shoror boldly left through the interplanar transportation matrix. After Han Shoror disappeared, Dolores put on a cold smile and ordered, "Jeff, bring those prisoners that have been locked up recently. Send them to the coordinates. Whatever happens to them, it has nothing to do with us. My lord is wise." Jeff was overjoyed when he heard this. He eagerly led his men to fetch the vicious prisoners. Chapter 728. Profound Continent. Nothing much had changed. The ocean surrounding the cemetery of death was azure. The sea breeze was gentle and the air was fresh. However, the elemental energies of heaven and earth were much thinner. Han Shoror, who had just returned from Elysium, found it rather difficult to adapt. "The elemental density here is a little too low," remarked Andrina with a frown as soon as she walked out of the cemetery of death. "This place is different from Elysium. If the elemental density here was too high, I'm afraid that even high-level gods would have come." Han Shoror put on a faint smile. He unfolded his consciousness and took in the surroundings. He suddenly let out a long laugh and said, "Come, follow me back to the city." The two soared into the sky and flew towards Brettel's city of Lancelot Empire. Half a day later, Han Shoror and Andrina appeared on the streets of Brettel city. As soon as Han Shoror landed in the city, the scenery of Brettel city was immediately imprinted in his mind. Brettel city was obviously much more prosperous than before. The originally lifeless city was now bustling with traffic. All kinds of shops could be found on every street block. The dazzling array of goods could dazzle one's eyes. Standing on the streets of Brettel city, a sense of familiarity rose spontaneously. After experiencing the liveliness of the city for a while, Han Shoror and Andrina headed straight for the city lord's mansion. Brettel city had changed a lot after being away for more than a decade. The city lord's mansion stood at the center of the city. Squadrons of knights clad in black armor stood proudly on all four sides of the mansion, guarding it. Han Shoror's arrival caused the entire mansion to seethe with excitement. Those whom he was familiar with gathered at the mansion from various districts upon hearing the news. They expressed their excitement in various ways. Jack, Dorcas, and the others had obviously aged. Having not spent much effort cultivating their various energies, they had all become middle-aged men. Jack's children had even joined the army and become Brettel city's knight captains. Helen, on the other hand, was still as beautiful as ever. She had taken a rebirth pill to preserve her youth. She was now a fire-sacred magus with a dazzling halo around her. Very soon, familiar characters began to arrive one after another. Through Dick's message, Emily, Phoebe, Fanny, Jasper, and others who were familiar with Han Shoror arrived via transportation matrices from various major cities. After not seeing each other for more than 10 years, Emily, Fanny, and the other girls all shed silent tears when they saw Han Shoror, blaming Han Shoror for being so heartless. With a few comforting words, these women of high status in the Lancelot Empire finally calmed their chaotic emotions and began to discuss the situation with Han Shoror. Unsurprisingly, Lancelot Empire had now become the most powerful nation on Profound Continent. Odin Empire, Brut Merchant Alliance, and Kossi Empire had all been annexed. Lawrence had achieved his wish of becoming the overlord of Profound Continent on the surface. The Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice had retreated to impoverished lands and stopped recruiting believers. They had also ceased their religious activities on Profound Continent, gradually withdrawing from the stage of Profound Continent over the past 10 years. In Lancelot Empire, there were only believers of the Druidic Order and the Calamity Church. A large portion of them worshipped the new god, Han Shoror. No matter how one looked at it, the current situation on Profound Continent was very ideal. Gilbert, Statholm the Old Monster, the Emperor of the Flames, Elizabeth, his apprentice Sanguinar, Bollands, Trunks, and others who were familiar with Han Shaw all hurried over after receiving the news. In the largest banquet hall of the City Lord's mansion, these people who were familiar with Han Shaw were all gathered together. Everyone, I have been away for more than 10 years. I am truly happy to be able to gather here today. Let us drink to our heart's content today. Han Shaw raised his cup and laughed heartily. The crowd raised their cups and drank to their heart's content. After getting drunk for 3 days, the sober crowd gathered together. This time, Han Shaw started to talk about serious matters. The elemental energies on Profound Continent are too weak, resources are not abundant, and the cultivation of energy is still at a low level. Han Shaw slowly described the situation on Profound Continent and Elysium. The crowd listened attentively to Han Shaw's words. For many of them, this was the first time they had learned about this vast universe. When they heard that Elysium was rich in elemental energies and gods were everywhere, many of them were greatly shocked. I will be leaving soon after I return. After I leave this time, there won't be many opportunities for me to return. All in all, Elysium is a much more suitable place for cultivation. I have established some businesses there and I can guarantee your safety. If any of you wish to pursue greater strength, you can tell me and I will bring you to Elysium, Han Shaw said in a deep voice. A decade or so was a long time for ordinary people, especially those who did not spend time and energy on cultivation. They spent most of their time and energy on having children. Some of them already had family and love on Profound Continent that they could not bear to part with. Han Shaw knew that not everyone would be willing to make a long and arduous journey to a new and unfamiliar environment. Master, I will go wherever you go, Gilbert immediately declared without the slightest hesitation. Soon after, Statholm the Old Monster, the Emperor of the Flames, Elizabeth, Bollands, Sanguinar, and the others who wholeheartedly pursued greater strength also excitedly expressed their support and strongly requested to leave with Han Shaw. These people did not have too many attachments on Profound Continent and were wholeheartedly working hard to become stronger. Now that they heard that they would be offered even better conditions, they did not even think twice and immediately agreed. Fanny, Emily, Phoebe, Helen, Jasper, and the other women who were close to Han Shaw more or less had family and loved ones on Profound Continent. However, it was even more difficult for them to bear the thought of being separated from Han Shaw. After hesitating for a moment, they too expressed their willingness to follow Han Shaw. However, before leaving, they wanted to bid farewell to their loved ones. As for people like Dorcas and Jack, as they pursued different things, in addition to the fact that they already had a family in Brettel City, after pondering for a period of time, they ultimately did not decide to leave. Having gotten his revenge, Trunks now possessed an enormous amount of resources, including the Valley of Sunshine and the Dark Forest. Now that he had a daughter with that female bandit Janet, he too could not bear to leave and therefore decided to stay. Even those who did not leave would need some time to settle some affairs. Therefore, after tallying up the number of people, Han Shaw gave them a time limit. 3 months. After 3 months, they would gather at Brettel City. Those who did not show up at that time would be considered to have decided to stay. Knowing that Han Shaw would not have many opportunities to meet them after leaving, those who had decided to stay did not leave Brettel City. During this period of time, they reunited with Han Shaw and drank to their heart's content. Han Shaw unceremoniously took out some of the cultivation items that he had prepared for Emily and the others, and handed them to his friends who planned to stay on Profound Continent. Some of those items were origin crystals, while others could be used in secret arts. They were priceless items on Profound Continent. Han Shaw generously distributed them. Emily and the others did not mind as Han Shaw had informed them that these items could be purchased on Elysium with crystal coins. Therefore, they had no qualms about it. Parting was always somewhat sorrowful. Everyone made use of getting drunk to make up for it. For more than 2 months in a row, the City Lord's mansion in Brettel City was filled with the strong smell of alcohol. The fragrance of fine wine could be smelled from miles away. Drunken dignitaries constantly walked in and out of the city lord's mansion, drawing the attention of the residents in the city. Han Shoror even made a trip to Ossen City to bid farewell to King Lawrence of Lancelot Empire. Lawrence was very helpless about Han Shoror's departure. However, now that profound continent was completely under his control, it didn't seem like a big deal to lose Han Shoror. Lawrence and Han Shoror could not be persuaded to stay. In Ossen City, Candide, Emma, and Gree the Banshees, Pegasus, and Aamike Cotton, who were once subdued by Han Shoror, also expressed their desire to leave with Han Shoror when they heard that he was going to leave. They were already standing at the pinnacle of profound continent. As they had been tirelessly pursuing power, they were obviously unwilling to give up this opportunity. After hastily making preparations, they all hurried to Brettel City. 3 months later, Gilbert, Statholm the Old Monster, the Emperor of the Flames, Elizabeth, Bollands, Sanguinar, Emily, Fanny, Candide, Emma, Gree, Pegasus, Aamike Cotton, and the others gathered in Brettel City. After bidding farewell to Jack, Trunks, and the others, they all followed Han Shoror to the Cemetery of Death in the Boundless Sea. Every one of these people who were willing to leave with Han Shoror was someone who pursued power. All of them had the ability to fly, which made the journey very convenient. After spending 7 days, under Han Shoror's lead, the party finally arrived at the island where the Cemetery of Death was located. Before they landed on the island, Andrina suddenly bunched her brows and said to Han Shoror in a soft voice, "Huh? There's someone here." Han Shoror was startled. He hastily expanded his consciousness and immediately sensed that there were 5 people in the Cemetery of Death. All 5 of them were mid-gods. This puzzled Han Shoror. "All of you, be careful. Stick close to each other." Han Shoror turned around and instructed those people in a soft voice. None of those who were heading to Elysium this time had reached the low god realm. If a battle were to break out, they wouldn't be able to retaliate at all. "What's going on?" Statholm the Old Monster asked. "There might be enemies. These people aren't people that you can handle for the time being. But don't worry, with me and Andrina around, if they have any malicious intent, they will be dead," Han Shoror explained. He instructed Andrina to carefully protect his friends from Profound Continent as they slowly landed on the island. "Ha ha! After waiting for more than 3 months, you have finally arrived," a coarse voice sounded from the center of the Cemetery of Death. Shortly after, a group of 5 sinisterly flew out from the Cemetery of Death. One could tell at a glance that these people weren't good people. Their eyes were filled with undisguised frenzied killing intent as they stared at Han Shoror. Han Shoror's face turned cold and he asked, "Who are you people?" "Youngster, I don't know who you are. In any case, we were originally destined for death. We were forcefully sent to this low-level material plane." "Hehe, that person told us that there is only one low god in this low-level material plane and that we would be dead if we were to return to Elysium. Here, no one can do anything to us and we are rather free and unfettered. Of course, the prerequisite is that we get rid of you first." The leader of the group looked at Han Shoror with a sinister smile. When he saw Emily, Fanny, and the other women behind Han Shoror, he laughed excitedly and said, "Not bad. Although the people of this low-level material plane are weak, these women are rather pretty. It has been a long time since we touched a woman." Very good, very good. You were sent here by Dolores, weren't you?" Han Shoror's face turned gloomy. He coldly sized up the group and immediately guessed what had happened. "Hehe, that's none of your business. In any case, from today onwards, we are the ones who call the shots on this continent. Youngster, just accept your bad luck," the leader said with a maniacal laugh. The few people behind him sized up Emily and the other women with sinister gazes. They wanted nothing more than to rush over and attack them. "You keep an eye on them. I'll get rid of this trash." Before Han Shoror could say anything, Andrina had already rushed out. Andrina had always detested this kind of people. "Haha, it's a little girl. I like her, I like her. Don't you dare snatch her from me." A shabbily dressed little old man who cultivated in the energy of darkness rubbed his hands excitedly when he saw Andrina flying over. Andrina didn't cultivate in any of the 12 fundamental energies, and she was adept at concealing her aura. Therefore, the 5 of them had no idea that Andrina was a god of slaughter. "Leave one alive," Han Shoror hastily reminded when he saw Andrina rushing out with a cold face. "Got it. I'll leave one alive for you," Andrina replied to Han Shoror impatiently. Then, like a sheep entering a tiger's den, she charged at the 5 people. A gorgeous curtain of light flew out from her delicate body and formed 5 small vortexes that instantly sucked all 5 people in. As expected, the 5 people were reduced to a bloody mess and turned into a rain of blood that scattered on the ground. The crude leader looked as if he had been skinned alive. Covered in blood, he looked at Andrina with fear in his eyes and screamed, spare me, is it Dolores?" Han Shoror asked indifferently after he had stored the other 4 people's divine souls into the cauldron of myriad demon. "I don't know any Dolores. I was escorted here by an old man named Jeff." The man screamed and begged bitterly, "Please spare me, we have no enmity between us." "All right, he has no value anymore." Han Shoror waved his hand mercilessly. He already knew who was behind this. Bang! The man's body exploded. Blood and flesh splattered all over the ground. Mike Cotton, Statholm, and the others behind Han Shoror were all dumbfounded. The 5 people did not conceal their terrifying auras. Before them, Mike Cotton and the others found it difficult to even breathe. Yet, these 5 experts were so easily killed by Andrina. Moreover, Andrina looked like a little girl. This strong contrast shocked them greatly. "Oh no, the interplanar transportation matrix has been destroyed." Andrina suddenly cried out in alarm. "What?" Han Shoror was shocked. "You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.